There comes a moment in every life when the greatest struggle is no longer outside of you, but inside of you. Not the problems people can see, not the responsibilities you carry, not the challenges you face each day, but the invisible weight that follows you into quiet rooms, the thoughts that never seem to stop, the questions that never seem to find answers, the feeling that somehow, somewhere along the way, something inside you became damaged. You keep moving, you keep functioning, you keep showing up for life, yet beneath the surface, there are moments when your own mind feels like the hardest place to be. Not because you are weak, not because you have failed, but because you have spent years carrying fears, disappointments, regrets, and worries that were never meant to stay this long. We live in a world that teaches us how to fix everything except ourselves, how to solve problems, how to work harder, how to stay busy, how to keep pushing forward no matter how exhausted we become. But very few people ever teach us how to sit quietly with our own minds, how to release what no longer belongs to us, how to stop treating every thought like an emergency. And so the noise grows, the worries grow, the tension grows, until one day many people begin to believe that their mind is broken. But what if it isn't? What if the mind was never broken at all? What if it has simply been overwhelmed by years of carrying too much without ever being given permission to rest? The Stoics understood something that most people spend their entire lives trying to discover. They understood that peace does not come from controlling every thought. It comes from no longer being controlled by them. They understood that suffering often begins when the mind fights reality, and that healing begins when the fight finally ends. They believed that beneath every storm of thought, there is a deeper stillness. Beneath every fear, a deeper strength. Beneath every moment of confusion, a quiet wisdom waiting to be heard. Tonight, this journey is not about becoming someone new. It is not about forcing positivity. It is not about fixing yourself. It is about remembering what has been there all along, a calm that survives every storm, a silence that exists beneath every thought, a part of you that has never been damaged by fear, failure, or uncertainty. For the next 4 hours, you do not need to carry the world. You do not need to solve tomorrow. You do not need to understand everything. You only need to be here, to breathe, to listen, to let go, and to discover that the peace you have been searching for may not be somewhere ahead of you. It may be waiting quietly underneath the noise you have been carrying all this time. Tonight, through the wisdom of Stoic silence, we will return to that place together. A place where the mind softens, a place where the struggle eases, a place where you finally realize that you were never broken, only burdened. And now, for the first time in a long time, it is safe to put the weight down. As the weight begins to settle and the noise starts to lose its grip, something unexpected often rises to the surface. Not another fear, not another worry, but a question many people carry for years without realizing it. What if the thing exhausting you is not your problems, but the endless effort to become someone else? There is a quiet sadness that hides inside many modern lives. It does not always look like suffering. Sometimes it looks like ambition. Sometimes it looks like discipline. Sometimes it even looks like growth. Yet beneath it all is a feeling that never quite leaves. The feeling that who you are right now is somehow not enough. Many people spend their entire lives trying to repair themselves. They wake up every morning with a list of things they must improve. They must be stronger, smarter, more successful, more confident, more productive, more disciplined, more attractive, more accomplished. The mind becomes a workshop that never closes. Every day becomes another project. Every flaw becomes another problem to solve. every weakness becomes another reason to delay self-acceptance. At first, this seems noble. After all, self-improvement sounds like wisdom. Growth sounds healthy. Learning sounds valuable. And often it is. The danger begins when growth quietly transforms into self-rejection. Because there is a difference between growing because you love yourself and growing because you cannot stand yourself. One path creates peace. The other creates exhaustion. Many people never notice the difference. They spend years chasing an imaginary future version of themselves. They tell themselves that once they become smarter, they will finally relax. Once they become successful, they will finally feel worthy. Once they fix every weakness, they will finally feel at peace. But the finish line keeps moving. Every achievement creates another standard. Every victory creates another expectation. The mind never arrives. The Stoics saw this trap clearly. They understood that much of human suffering comes from fighting reality, and one of the most common forms of fighting reality is fighting yourself. Think about how much energy it takes to constantly argue with who you are, to criticize yourself, to compare yourself, to monitor every mistake, to replay every failure, to judge every emotion. It is like carrying a heavy backpack every day and wondering why you feel tired. Eventually, the exhaustion becomes so familiar that you stop noticing it. You simply call it life. Yet there is another way. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that he was human, not perfect, not finished, not beyond mistakes. Human. There is something deeply healing about accepting this simple truth. You are not a machine that requires constant upgrading. You are not a problem that needs solving. You are not a broken object waiting to be repaired. You are a human being experiencing a human life, and human lives contain uncertainty. They contain mistakes. They contain weaknesses. They contain moments of confusion. The moment you stop treating these experiences as evidence of failure, something begins to soften inside you. Acceptance does not mean giving up. This is one of the greatest misunderstandings people have. Acceptance is not saying, "I will never improve." Acceptance is saying, "I refuse to hate myself while I improve." There is tremendous wisdom in that difference. A tree does not grow by criticizing itself. A flower does not bloom by comparing itself to other flowers. Nature grows through acceptance of its own process. Human beings often do the opposite. They try to force growth through pressure, shame, and self-judgment. Then they wonder why they feel exhausted. The Stoics understood that inner peace begins when the war against yourself ends, not because all problems disappear, not because all weaknesses vanish, but because your energy is no longer consumed by internal conflict. For many people, the loudest voice they hear every day is not the voice of another person. It is their own. The voice that says you should be further ahead. The voice that says you should have done better. The voice that reminds you of old mistakes. The voice that constantly measures your life against impossible standards. Living with that voice is like trying to sleep beside a drum that never stops beating. No wonder so many people feel mentally tired. No wonder so many people believe something is wrong with them. The truth is often much simpler. The mind is exhausted because it has been carrying too much resistance, too much judgment, too much pressure, too much striving without rest. Healing begins when you stop demanding perfection from a creature that was never designed to be perfect. Healing begins when you allow yourself to be unfinished, when you allow yourself to learn without shame, to grow without self-hatred, to improve without believing your worth depends on improvement. This kind of acceptance creates a strange feeling at first, almost uncomfortable, because many people have spent so long trying to fix themselves that they no longer know how to simply be. Yet beneath that discomfort is something beautiful, relief. The relief of no longer needing to earn your right to exist. The relief of no longer carrying the impossible responsibility of becoming perfect. The relief of discovering that peace does not arrive when you finally become enough. Peace arrives when you realize you were enough to begin with. And from that place of acceptance, growth becomes lighter, gentler, healthier. No longer a desperate attempt to escape yourself, but a quiet expression of respect for the life you have already been given. As that quiet acceptance begins to grow, another discovery slowly appears. When you stop treating yourself like a problem to solve, you begin to notice something you may have overlooked for years. The noise in your mind is not the whole story. The anxious thoughts are not the deepest part of you. The worries are not the foundation of your being. Beneath all of that, something else has been waiting patiently. Something quieter, something older, something that has remained untouched through every storm. Most people spend their lives believing they are their thoughts. If the mind is racing, they believe they are restless. If fear appears, they believe they are afraid. If anxiety arrives, they believe something is wrong. But what if the thoughts you hear are only the surface of the mind and not its true depth? There is a strange experience that happens sometimes in the middle of a difficult day. The mind may be full of worries, problems may be demanding attention. Yet for a brief moment, perhaps while watching the sky, listening to rain, or sitting quietly in a room, everything becomes still. Nothing outside changes. The problems remain. The future remains uncertain. Yet for a few seconds, there is peace. Those moments reveal something important. They show that peace does not always come from changing your circumstances. Sometimes it comes from touching a deeper layer of awareness that already exists beneath the noise. The Stoics understood this well. They knew that the human mind produces thoughts just as the sky produces clouds. Thoughts appear. They move. They change shape. They disappear. The problem begins when we mistake the clouds for the sky itself. Many people spend years fighting anxious thoughts. They try to silence them, control them, eliminate them. Yet the harder they fight, the louder the thoughts seem to become. This happens because attention acts like fuel. Whatever the mind treats as important becomes stronger. An anxious thought appears. You analyze it, question it, fear it, return to it. Soon it feels larger than life itself. But the Stoics offered a different approach. Instead of entering every argument the mind creates, they learn to observe, to watch, to notice, to allow thoughts to come and go without immediately following them. At first, this feels unnatural because most people have spent decades doing the opposite. A fearful thought appears and they chase it. A regret appears and they relive it. A worry appears and they build an entire future around it. The mind becomes crowded not because thoughts exist, but because every thought is invited to stay. Yet if you sit quietly for a few moments, something remarkable can happen. You begin to notice that thoughts are constantly changing. One thought arrives, then another, like leaves floating down a river. And somewhere in that observation, a realization begins to emerge. If you can observe your thoughts, then you cannot be identical to them. There must be a deeper part of you doing the observing, a calmer part, a quieter part, a part untouched by the endless movement of the mind. This is where many people encounter true stillness for the first time, not because the thoughts disappear, but because they stop identifying with every thought that passes through their awareness. Think about the ocean. On the surface, waves can be violent. Storms can create chaos. Water crashes in every direction. Yet, deep below the surface, there is often remarkable calm. The deeper you go, the less the storm can reach. The human mind works in much the same way. Most people live entirely on the surface. Every emotional wave pulls them away. Every fear feels permanent. Every worry feels urgent. The Stoic path invites you to go deeper, to discover the silent space beneath the waves. This deeper stillness is not something you create. It is something you uncover. It has always been there. Even during your most difficult moments. Even during periods of grief, fear, confusion, and uncertainty. There has always been a part of you capable of witnessing those experiences without being destroyed by them. This realization changes your relationship with anxiety. Many people believe peace will arrive when anxiety finally disappears, but life does not work that way. The mind will always generate thoughts. It will always predict, always imagine, always wonder. That is part of being human. The goal is not to stop the mind from thinking. The goal is to stop believing every thought deserves your complete attention. A worried thought may arise. You notice it. A fearful prediction may appear. You notice it. An old memory may return. You notice it. Without judgment, without resistance, without immediately becoming lost inside it. This simple shift creates enormous freedom. Because suffering often grows when we become trapped inside mental activity we never chose. The moment we learn to observe instead of obey, space begins to appear. And in that space, silence becomes possible. Not the silence of an empty mind, but the silence of a mind no longer controlled by every passing thought. This is why many people search for peace in the wrong places. They search for it in perfect circumstances, perfect finances, perfect relationships, perfect certainty. Yet the deeper peace they seek has never depended on those things. It lives underneath them, waiting patiently beneath the noise, waiting beneath the worries, waiting beneath the endless conversation inside the mind. The Stoics knew that this deeper stillness is always available. Not tomorrow, not after every problem is solved, not after life becomes easy. Now, in this moment, beneath the movement of thought, beneath the waves of anxiety, beneath the mental chaos that sometimes feels so overwhelming, there is a quiet place within you that has never stopped being still. And the more time you spend there, the more you begin to understand that peace was never something you needed to create. It was something you only needed to remember. As you begin to recognize that silence exists beneath every anxious thought, another insight naturally follows. If peace is already present underneath the noise, then a deeper question appears. Why does the mind keep creating so much noise in the first place? Why does it keep replaying conversations, predicting problems, analyzing possibilities, and filling quiet moments with endless mental activity? The answer may surprise you. Much of what we call thinking is not actually helping us. It only feels like it is. There is a strange comfort in mental activity, even when it exhausts us, even when it steals our peace. The mind often convinces itself that if it keeps working, it is making progress. But many times, it is simply running in circles. A person can sit in the same chair for an hour and feel mentally exhausted without solving a single problem. 1,000 thoughts may pass through the mind. Questions, predictions, memories, worries, plans. Yet, at the end of that hour, nothing has truly changed. And still, the mind insists on continuing. This is one of the great illusions of human psychology. The illusion that more thinking automatically creates more clarity. In reality, excessive thinking often creates the opposite. It creates confusion. It creates doubt. It creates emotional exhaustion. It creates distance between us and the present moment. The Stoics understood that wisdom does not come from thinking about everything. Wisdom comes from knowing what deserves thought and what does not. Many people treat every thought as if it arrived carrying important information. A random fear appears. Immediately it receives attention. A negative possibility enters awareness. Immediately it receives analysis. An uncomfortable memory returns. Immediately it receives energy. The mind becomes like a host, opening the door to every visitor who knocks, regardless of whether they bring wisdom or chaos. Over time, this habit becomes automatic. A quiet moment appears and the mind rushes to fill it. A problem arises and the mind begins constructing dozens of imaginary futures. An uncertainty emerges and the mind starts demanding answers that do not yet exist. The person feels productive because they are mentally busy. But busyness and progress are not the same thing. A rocking chair moves constantly, yet it never goes anywhere. The mind can behave in much the same way. Many anxious people are not suffering because they think too little. They are suffering because they think too much about things they cannot resolve in the present moment. The Stoics often return to a simple question. What is within my control right now, not tomorrow, not next year, not in an imagined future? Right now. This question has tremendous power because it cuts through mental clutter. Much of the mind's activity revolves around situations that cannot be acted upon. Possible conversations, possible failures, possible disappointments, possible outcomes. The mind treats these possibilities as if they are real events happening in the present. The body responds accordingly. Stress increases, tension grows, energy drains away, all in response to experiences that may never happen. This is why overthinking feels productive. It creates the sensation of engagement, the sensation of preparation, the sensation of effort. But sensation is not reality. A person can spend 3 hours worrying about a future event and accomplish less than someone who spends 10 minutes calmly deciding what action to take. One person is mentally busy, the other is mentally effective. There is a profound difference. Marcus Aurelius frequently reminded himself to separate facts from interpretations. A fact is simple. Something happened. An interpretation is what the mind builds around it. The problem is that most suffering occurs inside interpretations. The mind creates stories, then it reacts to the stories as if they were facts. A small mistake becomes evidence of failure. A criticism becomes evidence of worthlessness. An uncertainty becomes evidence of disaster. The mind becomes trapped inside narratives of its own creation. And because these narratives are emotionally charged, they feel important. Yet feeling important does not make them true. The Stoic path invites us to become more careful with our attention. Not every thought deserves a response. Not every worry deserves investigation. Not every question requires an immediate answer. Sometimes wisdom looks less like solving and more like releasing. Less like analyzing and more like observing, less like chasing and more like allowing. This can feel uncomfortable at first because many people have spent years measuring their worth through effort. If they are thinking, they feel responsible. If they are worrying, they feel prepared. If they are mentally busy, they feel productive. But beneath that constant activity often lies exhaustion. The exhaustion of carrying conversations that never happened, arguments that never occurred, problems that never arrived. The future becomes crowded with imaginary burdens. Meanwhile, the present moment waits quietly in the background. The present asks for far less than the mind believes. Often it asks only for awareness, for presence, for attention to what is actually happening instead of what might happen. When you begin living this way, something remarkable occurs. Mental energy starts returning, not because life becomes easier, but because you stop spending precious energy on battles that exist only in thought. The mind grows lighter. The nervous system grows calmer. clarity becomes easier to access. You start noticing how many thoughts are simply noise rather than guidance, how many worries are repetitions rather than solutions, how many mental loops offer activity without progress, and slowly the illusion begins to fade. You realize that endless thinking was never the same as wisdom, that constant mental effort was never the same as understanding, and that true clarity often arrives not when the mind works harder, but when it finally becomes quiet enough to hear what matters. As this understanding begins to settle, another layer of the mind reveals itself. You start to notice that many of the thoughts filling your days are not bringing clarity. They are not bringing solutions. They are not bringing peace. Yet somehow they continue. And perhaps one of the most surprising discoveries on the Stoic path is this: the mind often mistakes noise for progress. There is a quiet trap hidden inside human thinking, a trap so common that most people never notice it. The more they think about a problem, the more they believe they are moving closer to solving it. The more they analyze, the more productive they feel. The more they worry, the more prepared they believe they are becoming. But what if much of that activity is not progress at all? What if it is simply movement without direction? Most people have experienced this without realizing it. A problem appears. Perhaps it is a financial concern, a relationship issue, a difficult decision. The mind immediately goes to work. It begins reviewing possibilities, replaying conversations, predicting outcomes, exploring worst-case scenarios. Hours pass, sometimes days, sometimes years, yet the problem remains exactly where it was. The person feels exhausted because their mind has been working constantly, yet very little has actually been accomplished. This happens because the brain often confuses mental activity with effective action. The two are not the same. A person pacing around a room all night worrying about tomorrow may feel productive because they have been mentally occupied, but their worrying has not changed tomorrow. It has only changed their experience of today. The Stoics understood this difference better than most people do even now. They recognized that thinking has value only when it leads to wisdom, action, or understanding. Beyond that point, thinking often becomes a form of self-created suffering. Epictetus taught that people are disturbed not by events themselves, but by their judgments about those events. This simple insight explains why two people can face the same challenge and experience completely different levels of suffering. One person sees a problem and calmly asks, "What can I do?" The other sees the same problem and spends days trapped in endless mental loops. The situation may be identical, the thinking is not. One of the reasons the mind mistakes noise for progress is because uncertainty feels uncomfortable. Human beings naturally want answers. We want certainty. We want guarantees. We want to know how things will turn out. But life rarely offers such comforts. And when certainty cannot be found, the mind often compensates by creating more thought. It begins searching, digging, analyzing, revisiting, as if one more round of thinking will finally produce the answer it seeks. Yet many questions in life cannot be solved through analysis alone. Some questions require patience, some require experience, some require time, and some simply require acceptance. The difficulty is that acceptance feels passive to the modern mind. People have been taught that constant effort equals responsibility. If they stop thinking, they fear they are being careless. If they stop worrying, they fear they are ignoring reality. If they stop analyzing, they fear they are giving up. But often the opposite is true. Sometimes the wisest thing a person can do is stop feeding a mental cycle that has already consumed enough energy. Think about how often the mind revisits the same concerns. Not new concerns, the same concerns, the same mistake from years ago, the same fear about the future, the same uncertainty, the same regret, the same imagined conversation, the same imagined disaster. The mind circles these topics repeatedly, yet each visit feels important. This creates the illusion of progress. The person feels engaged, busy, responsible. Meanwhile, they are simply walking the same mental path again and again. Marcus Aurelius warned himself about this tendency. He understood that the mind can become addicted to unnecessary complication. It can transform simple situations into endless internal dramas. A delayed message becomes a personal rejection. A small setback becomes evidence of failure. An uncertain future becomes a catastrophe waiting to happen. The mind expands everything it touches and then becomes overwhelmed by the very stories it created. This is why so many people feel mentally exhausted despite accomplishing very little internally. They are not tired from reality. They are tired from carrying countless versions of reality inside their heads. Versions that may never happen. Versions that may not even be possible. The Stoic solution is not to stop thinking altogether. Thinking is a gift. Reason is one of humanity's greatest strengths. The goal is to use thinking wisely rather than compulsively. To think with purpose. To think when thinking serves you, and to stop when thinking begins serving only fear. This requires awareness, the ability to pause and ask a simple question. Is this thought helping me move forward, or am I simply moving in circles? That question alone can transform an entire evening. A person may suddenly realize they have spent an hour mentally wrestling with something beyond their control, not solving it, not improving it, simply wrestling with it. And in that realization, a door opens, a door leading away from mental noise, away from unnecessary struggle, away from the illusion that endless thinking equals progress. Because true progress often feels quieter than people expect. It looks like clear decisions, focused action, patient waiting, trusting the process, accepting uncertainty, and knowing when enough thought has already been given. As this wisdom grows, something beautiful begins to happen. The mind becomes less crowded. Mental energy is no longer wasted on endless internal debates. Attention becomes sharper, presence becomes easier, peace becomes more available, and little by little you begin to understand something the Stoics discovered centuries ago. The loudest mind is not always the wisest mind. Often the wisest mind is the one that knows when to stop speaking and rest in silence. As the illusion of progress begins to fade, the mind starts revealing another habit that quietly steals peace. Not every thought wants to help you. Not every thought brings wisdom. Not every thought deserves a seat at the center of your attention. Yet most people spend their lives responding to every thought that appears, as if every knock on the door of the mind must be answered. And that is where another form of suffering begins. A strange thing happens when you sit quietly long enough. You start noticing how many thoughts arrive without invitation. Some are useful, many are not. Some bring clarity, others bring confusion. Some pass through quickly, others demand attention the moment they appear. The question is not whether thoughts will come. They always will. The question is whether you must follow every one of them. For many people, the answer has unconsciously become yes. A fear appears, and they engage with it. A memory appears, and they revisit it. A worry appears, and they investigate it. A criticism appears, and they defend themselves against it. The mind becomes a place where every visitor receives immediate attention. By the end of the day, it feels crowded, exhausted, and overwhelmed. The Stoics practiced something far more powerful. They learned the ancient art of letting thoughts pass unanswered. This sounds simple, but it is one of the hardest skills a human being can develop. Most people believe that ignoring a thought is dangerous. They fear that if they do not analyze it, they will miss something important. They fear that if they do not respond, they are being irresponsible. But consider how many thoughts have passed through your mind over the course of your life. Thousands, millions. How many of them were truly important? How many deserved the hours of attention they received? How many worries actually became reality? How many fears carried wisdom rather than noise? The answer is often surprising. Many thoughts are nothing more than mental weather. They appear, they move through, they disappear. Yet because they arrive with emotion attached, they immediately feel significant. A thought says, "What if something goes wrong?" The body feels tension. The mind treats the thought as urgent. A thought says, "What if they do not like you?" The mind begins building stories. A thought says, "You should have done better." The past is reopened once again. Hours can be lost following a single thought that never deserved attention in the first place. Epictetus taught that we should examine impressions before accepting them as truth. He understood that the mind constantly presents ideas, assumptions, fears, and judgments. Wisdom lies not in believing them automatically, but in pausing before giving them authority. This pause changes everything. Because most suffering happens at incredible speed, a thought appears, you believe it, you react to it, you become emotionally attached to it, all within seconds. The Stoic learns to slow this process down. A thought appears, you notice it, and then something different happens. You do nothing, not because you are suppressing it, not because you are fighting it, but because you recognize that thoughts are not commands. They are not orders. They are not facts. They are simply mental events. This realization creates freedom. Think of a busy road. Cars pass by constantly. You do not chase every car. You do not inspect every driver. You do not run into traffic every time a vehicle appears. You simply watch. Thoughts can be treated the same way. Some deserve attention, most do not. The problem is that many people have spent years developing the opposite habit. They have trained themselves to respond to every internal voice. The voice of fear, the voice of doubt, the voice of criticism, the voice of insecurity. Eventually they become exhausted, not because life is too difficult, but because they are carrying on conversations with every thought that enters their awareness. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the mind has the power to withhold judgment. This is one of the greatest abilities we possess. We can choose not to engage. Not every accusation deserves a defense. Not every fear deserves an investigation. Not every memory deserves a return visit. Sometimes the strongest response is no response at all. This does not mean becoming indifferent. It means becoming selective, learning where your attention belongs. Attention is one of the most valuable resources you have. Where it goes, energy follows. Where energy follows, experience grows. If you give endless attention to fear, fear grows. If you give endless attention to resentment, resentment grows. If you give endless attention to self-criticism, self-criticism grows. The Stoics understood this deeply. They knew that peace requires protecting the doorway of the mind, not by blocking thoughts, but by refusing to entertain every one of them. At first, this feels unfamiliar. The mind may continue presenting worries, predictions, regrets, old stories. The difference is that you no longer feel obligated to answer. A worried thought appears. You let it pass. A self-critical thought appears. You let it pass. An old fear returns. You let it pass. not because the thought has disappeared, but because you have stopped feeding it. Over time, something remarkable begins to happen. The mind becomes quieter, not empty, not silent all the time, but less crowded, less reactive, less demanding. You begin to notice spaces between thoughts, moments of calm, moments of stillness, moments where awareness exists without constant commentary. And in those moments, you discover something the Stoics knew centuries ago. Peace is not created by controlling every thought. Peace is created by realizing that most thoughts never needed your attention in the first place. The mind becomes lighter when it no longer feels responsible for answering every voice that passes through it. And within that growing silence, a deeper sense of freedom quietly begins to emerge. As the mind learns to stop answering every thought, another burden slowly comes into view. It is a burden so familiar that most people do not even realize they are carrying it. The burden of constantly watching themselves, the burden of monitoring every feeling, every reaction, every mistake, every weakness, every emotion. And perhaps without knowing it, many people spend years living under the gaze of their own internal observer. There is a subtle form of exhaustion that comes from always evaluating yourself. Am I doing enough? Am I improving fast enough? Did I say the right thing? What do people think of me? Why did I react that way? Should I be happier? Should I be calmer? Should I be stronger? The questions never end. The mind becomes both the prisoner and the guard, both the performer and the critic, both the student and the examiner, and eventually life begins to feel less like living and more like being constantly inspected. Many people believe this self-monitoring is helping them grow. It feels responsible, it feels self-aware, it feels mature. But there is a point where self-awareness quietly transforms into self-surveillance. And the difference between the two is enormous. Self-awareness helps you understand yourself. Self-surveillance makes you obsess over yourself. One creates wisdom, the other creates tension. Think about how often people observe themselves throughout the day, not the world around them, not the present moment, themselves. They monitor their mood, their appearance, their progress, their productivity, their emotions, their social interactions, their future, their past. Every experience becomes another opportunity for evaluation. The mind rarely gets a moment of rest. It is like living with a camera pointed at yourself every hour of every day. Even moments that should feel natural become performances. A conversation is followed by analysis, a decision is followed by judgment, an emotion is followed by criticism. Nothing is allowed to simply exist. Everything must be measured. The Stoics recognized a danger hidden inside this habit. The more attention you place on yourself, the more trapped inside yourself you become. This may sound strange at first. After all, modern culture often encourages endless self-focus. People are told to constantly evaluate themselves, constantly improve themselves, constantly monitor their internal state. Yet peace rarely emerges from obsession. Peace emerges from presence. Marcus Aurelius did not spend his days endlessly examining every emotional fluctuation. Instead, he repeatedly returned his attention to reality itself, to his duties, to the present moment, to the actions immediately in front of him. This is one of the reasons Stoicism feels so freeing. It gently redirects attention away from constant self-observation and back toward life itself. Many people have become so focused on how they are feeling that they have stopped fully experiencing what is happening. They monitor happiness instead of enjoying life. They monitor confidence instead of participating. They monitor peace instead of resting in peace. The observer becomes so active that the experience itself disappears. Imagine walking through a beautiful garden. One person simply enjoys it. The colors, the air, the sunlight, the stillness. Another person spends the entire walk asking themselves whether they are enjoying it enough, whether they feel grateful enough, whether they are present enough, whether they are appreciating it correctly. Who enjoys the garden more? The answer is obvious, yet many people approach their entire lives this way. They become managers of their experience instead of participants in it. The Stoics understood that not every inner experience requires supervision. Sadness can exist without immediate analysis. Joy can exist without measurement. Fear can exist without panic. Uncertainty can exist without endless examination. There is wisdom in allowing some experiences to unfold naturally. The need to constantly monitor yourself often comes from a hidden belief. The belief that if you stop watching yourself, everything will fall apart. If you stop analyzing your emotions, you fear becoming reckless. If you stop monitoring your progress, you fear becoming lazy. If you stop evaluating yourself, you fear losing control. But often the opposite happens. The constant monitoring itself becomes the source of suffering. It creates pressure, tension, self-consciousness, the feeling of always being observed, even when nobody else is watching. The Stoics discovered something liberating. Character is not built through constant self-inspection. Character is built through living according to values. A person does not become kind by endlessly thinking about kindness. They become kind through kind actions. A person does not become courageous by constantly measuring courage. They become courageous by acting courageously when needed. This shift changes everything. Attention moves away from endless internal observation and toward meaningful engagement with life. The focus becomes action rather than analysis, presence rather than monitoring, participation rather than evaluation. And something remarkable begins to happen. The mind relaxes, not because problems disappear, but because it is no longer carrying the exhausting responsibility of watching itself every moment. There is a special freedom that comes when you stop treating yourself like a project under constant review. When you stop checking whether you are healing fast enough, growing fast enough, improving fast enough. When you stop asking whether every day is evidence of progress, and instead allow yourself to simply live, to learn naturally, to grow naturally, to change naturally, just as a tree grows without measuring every inch of its height, just as the seasons change without monitoring their own progress. Life often unfolds best when it is allowed to unfold. The Stoics knew that peace is not found through endless self-examination. Peace is found when attention returns to what truly matters. The present task, the present moment, the present breath. And as the habit of self-surveillance begins to loosen its grip, a new feeling slowly emerges. A feeling many people have not experienced in years. The feeling of simply being, without judgment, without measurement, without constant observation. And in that simple state of being, the mind discovers a freedom it has been searching for all along. As the need to constantly monitor yourself begins to fade, another illusion slowly starts losing its power. It is one of the heaviest illusions many people carry throughout their lives. The belief that because they feel lost, confused, uncertain, or wounded, something must be wrong with them. The belief that pain is proof of failure. The belief that struggle means they are broken. And perhaps no misunderstanding causes more unnecessary suffering than this one. There are moments in life that leave us questioning everything. A relationship ends. A dream falls apart. A loss arrives unexpectedly. The future becomes unclear. The person we thought we would become seems far away. During those moments, the mind often reaches a painful conclusion. Something must be wrong with me. Why am I struggling so much? Why can't I figure this out? Why do I still feel this way? Why am I not stronger? Without realizing it, many people begin treating normal human experiences as evidence of personal failure. Yet, confusion is not failure. Uncertainty is not failure. Pain is not failure. These experiences are part of being alive. The Stoics understood this deeply. They knew that life was never designed to be a straight path filled with certainty and constant clarity. Life moves through seasons. Some seasons bring growth. Some bring loss. Some bring confidence. Some bring doubt. The mistake is believing that only the pleasant seasons are normal. Think about nature for a moment. A tree loses its leaves. The sky becomes dark. The ground becomes cold. Nothing about winter suggests that nature is broken. It is simply moving through a season. Human beings often forget to grant themselves the same understanding. The moment sadness appears, they panic. The moment uncertainty arrives, they criticize themselves. The moment confusion enters their lives, they assume they have failed. But what if these experiences are not signs of dysfunction? What if they are signs of growth taking place beneath the surface? One of the hardest truths to accept is that growth often feels nothing like growth while it is happening. It often feels like uncertainty. A person learning courage may feel afraid. A person learning patience may feel frustrated. A person learning resilience may feel overwhelmed. The lesson is developing. The transformation is occurring. But from the inside, it feels messy. This is why so many people misinterpret their own experience. They expect growth to feel inspiring. They expect healing to feel smooth. They expect wisdom to arrive with certainty. Instead, life often teaches through discomfort. The Stoics did not see difficulty as evidence that something had gone wrong. They saw difficulty as part of the training ground of existence itself. Marcus Aurelius repeatedly reminded himself that obstacles are not interruptions to life. They are life. This perspective changes everything, because the moment you stop seeing every challenge as proof of failure, you stop fighting reality quite so much. Many people suffer twice. First, from the pain itself, then from the belief that they should not be experiencing the pain. A loss hurts. Then they judge themselves for hurting. A mistake happens. Then they judge themselves for making it. An uncertain period arrives. Then they judge themselves for feeling uncertain. The second layer of suffering often becomes heavier than the original wound. The Stoic approach removes this unnecessary burden. It allows pain to be pain, grief to be grief, confusion to be confusion, without turning those experiences into personal accusations. There is something profoundly healing about realizing that difficult emotions do not automatically mean something is wrong. Fear does not mean weakness. Sadness does not mean failure. Doubt does not mean incompetence. These experiences simply reveal that you are human. And being human means living through periods where answers are unavailable. Many people are carrying an impossible expectation. They believe they should always know what they are doing, always know where they are going, always feel confident, always feel certain. Yet when we look at the lives of wise people throughout history, we find something very different. Even the strongest minds experienced uncertainty. Even the greatest philosophers struggled. Even the most resilient individuals faced confusion. The difference was not that they avoided these experiences. The difference was that they stopped interpreting them as proof of inadequacy. Epictetus taught that events themselves do not define us. What defines us is how we respond to them. A period of uncertainty can become a source of wisdom. A painful experience can deepen compassion. A season of confusion can teach humility. What initially feels like a setback can quietly become a foundation. But this transformation becomes difficult when a person is convinced they are broken, because once someone adopts that identity, every struggle seems to confirm it. Every mistake becomes evidence. Every emotional setback becomes proof. Every difficult day becomes another reason to believe the story. The Stoics encouraged something different. They encouraged seeing yourself accurately, not as perfect, not as damaged, but as a human being navigating an unpredictable world. Nothing more, nothing less. There is great freedom in this perspective, because if you are not broken, then you do not need to spend your life trying to repair yourself. You can spend your life learning, adapting, growing, experiencing, living. The energy once consumed by self-judgment becomes available for something far more valuable: acceptance, patience, understanding. And gradually, a new realization begins to emerge. Perhaps the reason you feel exhausted is not because you are broken. Perhaps it is because you have spent years misreading your own experience, treating normal human struggles as evidence of personal failure, fighting battles that were never meant to be fought, carrying labels that were never true. And as that misunderstanding begins to dissolve, something inside you softens. You stop seeing pain as proof that something is wrong. You stop seeing uncertainty as evidence of weakness. You stop seeing confusion as a sign that you have failed. And for the first time in a long time, you begin to see yourself not as a broken person trying to become whole, but as a whole person moving through the natural challenges of being alive. As you begin to understand that pain is not proof of failure, another habit of the mind slowly comes into focus. It is a habit that appears helpful on the surface, but quietly steals peace from countless people every day. The habit of trying to control every inner experience. The habit of managing every emotion, correcting every feeling, fixing every uncomfortable thought, and constantly monitoring the state of your inner world. At first, this seems wise. After all, who wouldn't want control over their emotions? Who wouldn't want to eliminate fear, sadness, frustration, uncertainty, or anxiety? But there is a hidden cost to this endless effort, and most people do not notice it until they are already exhausted. Many people approach their minds the way an anxious manager approaches a struggling company. Every emotion is investigated, every feeling is reviewed, every mental shift is analyzed. Every uncomfortable sensation becomes a problem that must be solved immediately. The result is a form of mental micromanagement. And just like any form of micromanagement, it slowly creates tension everywhere it touches. Think about what happens when an emotion appears. Perhaps sadness arrives. Instead of allowing it to exist naturally, the mind immediately asks questions. Why am I feeling this? How long will this last? Shouldn't I be over this by now? What does this say about me? How do I get rid of it? The original sadness may have been manageable, but now the mind has built an entire layer of resistance around it. The emotion is no longer being experienced. It is being controlled, analyzed, judged, and fought. The Stoics recognized something many people overlook. Not everything inside you requires management. Some experiences require understanding, some require patience, and some simply require space. Nature offers a simple lesson here. A river flows because it is allowed to move. Imagine trying to control every drop of water, trying to direct every current, trying to manage every ripple. The river would become chaos. The human emotional world operates in much the same way. Emotions were never designed to be controlled with absolute precision. They were designed to move, to rise, to fall, to change, to pass. The problem begins when the mind becomes afraid of this natural movement. Many people fear sadness because they think it will never end. They fear anxiety because they think it will consume them. They fear uncertainty because they think it means something is wrong, so they attempt to take control. The more they control, the more tension appears. The more tension appears, the more control they seek. A cycle is created, one that quietly drains energy day after day. Marcus Aurelius understood that there is a difference between guiding the mind and controlling every experience within it. Guidance comes from wisdom. Control often comes from fear. Wisdom says, "This emotion is here. Let me observe it." Fear says, "This emotion is here. I must get rid of it immediately." Wisdom creates space. Fear creates struggle. Many people spend years fighting emotions that were only trying to pass through. Like a traveler seeking shelter from a storm, emotions often arrive temporarily. But when resistance appears, the traveler stays longer. The struggle itself becomes the reason the experience continues. Have you ever noticed how some feelings become stronger the more you try not to feel them? A person tries not to be nervous. They become more nervous. They try not to think about something. They think about it constantly. They try not to feel sadness. The sadness becomes heavier. This happens because attention and resistance often strengthen what they oppose. The Stoics practiced a very different relationship with emotion. They did not believe every feeling should dictate behavior, but they also did not believe every feeling should be suppressed. Instead, they cultivated the ability to witness emotional experiences without immediately trying to reshape them. This creates an extraordinary kind of freedom. The freedom to feel without becoming trapped. The freedom to experience without resisting. The freedom to allow emotions to complete their natural cycle. Many people have forgotten that emotions are visitors. They treat them like permanent residents. A difficult feeling appears for an afternoon, and the mind immediately imagines months of suffering. A moment of anxiety appears, and the mind predicts a lifetime of struggle. The emotion becomes less frightening when viewed accurately, not as a life sentence, but as a passing experience. One of the reasons mental micromanagement is so damaging is because it keeps attention turned inward at all times. The person is constantly checking themselves. How do I feel now? Am I calmer? Am I improving? Am I healed? Am I happy enough? The mind becomes trapped in endless self-observation. Life continues happening outside, yet the person remains locked inside a private monitoring system. The Stoics gently redirected attention away from constant internal management and back toward reality, toward the present moment, toward meaningful action, toward what could actually be influenced. Because peace does not emerge from controlling every emotional movement. Peace emerges from trusting that you can handle emotional movement without controlling it. This trust takes time to develop, but once it does, something beautiful begins to happen. The mind relaxes, the nervous system softens, the endless internal supervision starts losing its grip. You no longer feel responsible for managing every feeling that appears. You no longer treat every emotional shift as an emergency. You no longer spend your days trying to engineer perfect inner conditions. Instead, you begin allowing life to move through you naturally. And in that surrender, you discover something unexpected. The peace you were trying so hard to create through control was quietly waiting on the other side of letting go. Not because the emotions disappeared, but because the struggle against them finally did. As the need to control every emotion begins to loosen, another habit reveals itself. A habit that often hides behind good intentions. A habit that looks like growth, sounds like growth, and feels like growth, but quietly stands in the way of real transformation. The habit of constantly measuring yourself, constantly checking your progress, constantly asking whether you are becoming better fast enough. For many people, life becomes an endless performance review conducted inside their own minds. Every day is evaluated. Every emotion is graded. Every setback is recorded. Every success is inspected. The mind rarely stops long enough to simply live because it is too busy keeping score. And over time, this creates a prison. Not a prison made of walls, a prison made of judgment. A prison where nothing is ever enough, because every moment is immediately compared to some imagined standard. Many people begin a journey of healing, growth, or self-discovery with good intentions. They want to improve their lives. They want to become wiser, calmer, stronger, or more peaceful. But somewhere along the way, growth stops being a journey and becomes a test. Every day they ask themselves questions. Am I healing fast enough? Am I more confident than I was yesterday? Am I making enough progress? Why am I still struggling with this? Why am I not further ahead? Without realizing it, they transform growth into another source of pressure. The Stoics understood something that modern minds often forget. Growth is not a straight line. It never has been. A tree does not grow upward every single day. Some days its growth is invisible. Some seasons appear completely still. Yet beneath the surface, important changes are taking place. Human growth follows the same pattern. Many of the most important transformations happen quietly, without obvious signs, without dramatic breakthroughs, without daily evidence. The problem is that constant self-evaluation blinds people to this reality. When you inspect a plant every hour to see whether it has grown, you become frustrated because the change is too small to notice. The same thing happens when you inspect yourself every day. The mind becomes obsessed with immediate results. It loses trust in gradual development. Marcus Aurelius often focused on the process rather than the measurement of the process. He understood that character is built through consistent actions, not through endless evaluation of those actions. Yet modern life encourages the opposite. People track everything: productivity, mood, progress, achievements, performance, improvement. While some measurement can be useful, too much measurement creates anxiety, because measurement shifts attention away from living and toward judging. Instead of asking, "What can I do today?" the mind asks, "How am I performing?" Instead of asking, "What is the right action?" the mind asks, "Am I succeeding fast enough?" The focus quietly changes, and with that change comes tension. There is a hidden danger in evaluating yourself every day. You begin expecting growth to be visible at all times, but real growth is often invisible while it is happening. A person learning patience may still feel impatient. A person learning courage may still feel fear. A person learning wisdom may still experience confusion. The lesson is developing beneath the surface, but because they cannot immediately see it, they assume nothing is changing. This creates discouragement. The mind begins using temporary experiences as evidence about permanent progress. A difficult day becomes proof of failure. A setback becomes proof of stagnation. A moment of weakness becomes proof that all previous growth has disappeared. None of these conclusions are accurate, yet constant self-evaluation encourages them. The Stoics knew that no single day can accurately measure a life. No single moment can define a person's character. No temporary setback can erase years of growth. They focused on direction rather than perfection. Direction matters more than speed. Direction matters more than daily results. Direction matters more than temporary fluctuations. Think about a traveler crossing a vast landscape. If they stop every few minutes to measure how far they have come, they will become exhausted. They will spend more time evaluating the journey than actually taking it. The same is true of personal growth. Some people spend so much time checking their progress that they stop making progress. Their attention becomes trapped inside constant assessment. The mind becomes both the student and the examiner, both the runner and the referee, both the traveler and the critic. This creates internal pressure that eventually drains joy from the process. Growth begins to feel heavy. Healing begins to feel exhausting. Improvement begins to feel like another responsibility. Yet genuine growth often flourishes in a very different environment. It flourishes where patience exists, where trust exists, where progress is allowed to unfold naturally. A gardener does not pull on a flower to make it bloom faster. A gardener provides the right conditions and allows time to do its work. The Stoic approach is remarkably similar. Focus on what you can do today. Act according to your values. Show up with integrity. Make the next right choice. Then release the need to constantly measure the outcome. This does not mean becoming careless. It means becoming less obsessed, less attached to immediate evidence, less dependent on daily validation. Over time, something extraordinary begins to happen. The pressure starts disappearing. The need to constantly prove yourself starts fading. The endless internal report card loses its authority, and growth becomes something it was always meant to be, a natural unfolding, not a competition, not a performance, not a race against an imaginary version of yourself. Just a steady movement toward wisdom, one day at a time. And as the prison of constant self-evaluation begins to open, you discover a quieter way of living, a way where progress is no longer measured every hour, a way where growth is trusted rather than forced, a way where peace becomes possible because you are no longer standing over your own shoulder, judging every step you take. As the habit of constantly judging your progress begins to fade, a new challenge quietly appears. It is not a challenge found in the outside world. It is not a challenge created by other people. It is the challenge of being alone with yourself. Not everyone fears difficult conversations. Not everyone fears uncertainty. But many people fear silence, not because silence is dangerous, because silence reveals what noise often hides. The moment the television turns off, the moment the phone is put down, the moment the music stops, the moment there is nothing left to distract the mind, something interesting happens. You meet yourself, and for many people, this meeting feels uncomfortable, not because there is something wrong with them, but because they have spent years avoiding it. Modern life offers endless opportunities for distraction. A person can wake up and immediately reach for their phone. They can fill every spare moment with information, entertainment, conversations, videos, music, podcasts, notifications, and endless streams of content. There is always something to consume, always something to watch, always something to scroll through, always something to occupy attention. At first, this feels harmless, but slowly, something important is forgotten. The ability to simply sit with yourself, the ability to be present without stimulation, the ability to exist without immediately reaching for distraction. The Stoics considered solitude an important practice, not because they wanted to escape the world, not because they disliked people, but because they understood that a person who cannot be alone with themselves is rarely at peace with themselves. This does not mean enjoying every moment of solitude. It means learning not to run from it. Many people treat quiet moments as problems to solve. The second boredom appears, they reach for a device. The second discomfort appears, they seek stimulation. The second silence arrives, they fill it. The habit becomes automatic. Over time, they lose contact with a deeper part of themselves. Because self-understanding requires stillness, wisdom requires space, clarity requires silence. A lake cannot reflect clearly when its surface is constantly disturbed. The same is true of the mind. When attention is continuously pulled outward, there is little opportunity to notice what is happening within. This is one reason so many people feel disconnected from themselves. They know what everyone else is doing. They know what strangers think. They know the latest news, the latest trends, the latest opinions. Yet they rarely spend time listening to their own inner world. The Stoics often practiced deliberate solitude because it allowed them to observe their minds without interruption. In silence, hidden fears become visible. Unfinished emotions become visible. Unexamined assumptions become visible. Not so they could obsess over them, but so they could understand them. Many people fear being alone because they assume loneliness and solitude are the same thing. They are not. Loneliness is the pain of disconnection. Solitude is the experience of being with yourself. One drains energy, the other can restore it. A person can feel lonely in a crowded room and deeply connected while sitting quietly by themselves. The difference is not the number of people present. The difference is the quality of the relationship with oneself. If you dislike your own company, solitude feels uncomfortable. If you are constantly fighting yourself, silence feels threatening. If you are carrying unresolved fears, stillness feels unsettling. But these experiences are not signs that solitude is bad. They are signs that something within you is asking to be understood. Many people spend years searching for peace in external circumstances, a better job, a better relationship, a better future. Yet they never develop the ability to sit quietly with their own thoughts. As a result, peace remains fragile. It depends on conditions. It depends on distractions. It depends on constant activity. The Stoics sought something deeper, a peace that remained even when nothing was happening, a peace that did not require entertainment, a peace that could be found in a quiet room, a simple walk, a silent evening. Marcus Aurelius spent time alone with his thoughts, not because he enjoyed isolation, but because he understood that self-mastery requires self-contact. You cannot understand a mind you never spend time with. You cannot befriend yourself if you are constantly running away. You cannot hear your deeper wisdom beneath endless noise. One of the great ironies of life is that many people spend years trying to find themselves while doing everything possible to avoid being alone with themselves. The answers they seek are often hidden beneath layers of distraction, beneath constant stimulation, beneath endless activity, waiting patiently. The forgotten skill of sitting with yourself is not about forcing profound insights. It is not about achieving some perfect state of calm. It is simply about becoming comfortable in your own presence, learning that you do not always need to be entertained, learning that you do not always need noise, learning that you do not always need escape. At first, silence may feel unfamiliar, the mind may wander, old thoughts may surface, restlessness may appear. This is natural. The goal is not to eliminate these experiences. The goal is to remain present despite them, to stay, to listen, to observe. Gradually, something begins to change. The silence no longer feels empty. It begins to feel spacious. The solitude no longer feels uncomfortable. It begins to feel nourishing. The quiet no longer feels like something missing. It begins to feel like something found. And within that growing stillness, you discover a simple truth the Stoics understood centuries ago. The person you have been searching for beneath all the noise has been with you the entire time, waiting patiently for a moment of silence long enough to be heard. As you become more comfortable sitting quietly with yourself, another surprising truth begins to emerge, one that feels almost backwards in a world obsessed with answers. Many people believe peace comes after they finally understand everything, after they solve every mystery, after they explain every emotion, after they find the answer to every question that keeps them awake at night. But what if peace has never depended on understanding everything? What if one of the greatest sources of suffering is the belief that every question must be answered? There is a tendency in the human mind to chase explanations. Whenever something painful happens, the mind immediately starts searching. Why did this happen? What does it mean? What should I have done differently? When will this make sense? How do I know everything will be okay? The questions arrive one after another. And while some questions are useful, many become endless loops. The mind keeps searching, not because answers exist, but because uncertainty feels uncomfortable. Many people spend years trying to solve questions that have no final solution. Why did someone leave? Why did life unfold this way? Why couldn't things have been different? What would have happened if I had made another choice? The mind searches and searches, yet the search itself often becomes the source of suffering. The Stoics understood that wisdom is not measured by how many answers you possess. Wisdom is measured by how peacefully you can live with unanswered questions. This is difficult because the human mind loves certainty. It wants guarantees. It wants clear conclusions. It wants complete understanding. Life rarely provides these things. Life is filled with unfinished stories, unclear outcomes, unexpected turns, mysteries that remain mysteries. The person who insists on complete understanding before finding peace may spend their entire life waiting. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that many things exist beyond human comprehension. The universe does not explain itself. Time does not explain itself. Death does not explain itself. The future does not explain itself. And yet life continues. The sun rises. The seasons change. The world moves forward. Not everything requires explanation in order to be accepted. This realization can feel deeply liberating, because many people carry questions like heavy stones, questions they have been asking themselves for years, sometimes decades. The questions become familiar companions. They follow them everywhere, at work, in relationships, during quiet moments, before sleep. The mind believes that if it can just find the right answer, peace will finally arrive. But often peace remains distant because the question itself has become the problem. Imagine holding a rope in your hands. The harder you pull, the tighter the tension becomes. Sometimes relief does not come from pulling harder. It comes from letting go. Many questions in life are like that rope. The mind keeps pulling, trying harder, searching deeper. Yet the relief it seeks becomes available only when the grip loosens. The Stoics practiced acceptance not because they lacked curiosity, but because they understood the limits of human control. Some things can be understood. Some things can only be experienced. Some things can only be accepted. A person may never fully understand why a painful chapter happened, but they can learn from it. A person may never understand why certain losses occurred, but they can continue living with dignity. A person may never receive every answer they desire, but they can still find peace. This is one of the great paradoxes of life. The more desperately we demand certainty, the more restless we become. The more willing we are to live with uncertainty, the calmer we become. Think about how many worries are fueled by unanswered questions. Will everything work out? What if something goes wrong? What if I fail? What if I lose what matters to me? The mind wants answers, but the future remains silent, and so anxiety grows. The Stoic response is remarkably simple. Instead of demanding certainty, focus on your character. Instead of demanding guarantees, focus on your actions. Instead of demanding answers, focus on your response to whatever comes. This shifts the center of your life. You stop chasing impossible certainty. You start building inner stability. One depends on the future, the other depends on you. Epictetus taught that peace begins when we stop demanding control over things that were never ours to control. Questions about the future often fall into this category. No amount of thinking can fully answer them. No amount of worrying can resolve them. The mind exhausts itself trying anyway. Over time, a person learns something beautiful. Not every question deserves a lifetime of attention. Not every mystery needs solving. Not every uncertainty requires resistance. Sometimes wisdom is found not in the answer, but in the release of the question itself. A quiet surrender occurs, not a surrender of hope, not a surrender of effort, a surrender of unnecessary struggle, the struggle to know everything, the struggle to predict everything, the struggle to explain everything. And within that surrender, space begins to appear. Space for trust, space for patience, space for life to unfold without constant interrogation. The mind no longer feels responsible for solving every mystery before it can rest. It no longer treats uncertainty as an enemy. It no longer waits for perfect understanding before allowing itself peace. Instead, it begins to recognize something profound. The deepest wisdom is often not found at the end of a question. It is found in the moment you finally stop chasing the answer. And as that chase comes to an end, a quiet calm begins settling into places that endless thinking could never reach. A calm that whispers a simple truth. You do not need to understand everything in order to be at peace. You only need to stop demanding that life explain itself before you allow yourself to live it. As you begin releasing the need to answer every question, another hidden pattern becomes easier to see. A pattern so common that most people mistake it for normal life. The constant need to keep the mind busy. The constant need for something to think about, something to analyze, something to worry about, something to solve, something to anticipate. And without realizing it, many people become dependent on mental activity itself, not because it makes them happy, not because it brings peace, but because it feels familiar. There is a strange moment that happens when life becomes unusually quiet. No immediate problems, no urgent decisions, no major conflicts demanding attention. For a brief moment, there is space. And yet, instead of feeling relieved, many people feel uncomfortable, almost restless, almost uneasy. The silence feels strange. The calm feels unfamiliar. The mind immediately begins searching for something to occupy itself. A new worry, a new concern, a new problem, a new question, anything to fill the empty space. This is one of the great hidden addictions of the modern world. Not an addiction to substances, not an addiction to possessions, an addiction to mental noise. Many people have spent so many years living inside constant streams of thought that stillness feels unnatural. Their minds have become accustomed to movement. If there is nothing to worry about, they search for something. If there is nothing to solve, they create something. If there is nothing demanding attention, they feel lost. The Stoics understood that the mind can become attached not only to pleasure, but also to patterns, even painful patterns, even exhausting patterns, even destructive patterns. A person can become so accustomed to anxiety that calm feels uncomfortable. They can become so familiar with mental struggle that peace feels suspicious. The mind begins asking strange questions. Why am I so calm? Am I forgetting something? Should I be worried about something? What if this peace doesn't last? And suddenly, the mind creates new noise to replace the silence. The old habit returns. Because habits of thought are powerful, many people assume they are seeking peace, and consciously they are, but unconsciously, they may still be attached to the activity that prevents peace. Think about how often the mind seeks stimulation. The moment a task ends, attention jumps elsewhere. The moment silence appears, distraction arrives. The moment stillness emerges, the mind starts narrating, commenting, evaluating, predicting, judging. It is almost as if the mind fears being left alone with quiet. The reason is simple. Psychological noise creates the illusion of control. When the mind is busy, it feels productive. When it is analyzing, it feels prepared. When it is worrying, it feels responsible. Silence offers none of these illusions. Silence asks for trust. Silence asks for surrender. Silence asks us to stop gripping reality so tightly. And that can feel frightening at first. The Stoics knew that true freedom begins when a person no longer needs constant mental stimulation to feel secure. They recognized that peace is not something added to the mind. It is what remains when unnecessary activity falls away. But many people never stay with silence long enough to discover this. The moment quiet appears, they rush to escape it. A phone is picked up, a conversation is started, a problem is invented, a memory is revisited, anything to avoid the empty space. Yet the empty space is not empty at all. It contains something many people have been searching for their entire lives. Themselves, not the anxious self, not the striving self, not the worried self. The deeper self beneath all the noise. The self that exists before the next worry arrives, before the next fear appears, before the next mental storm begins. Marcus Aurelius often withdrew into what he called an inner citadel, a quiet place within himself, untouched by external chaos. He understood that the greatest refuge is not found in running away from life. It is found in becoming comfortable with stillness, because stillness reveals something important. You are not your mental activity, you are not your constant thinking, you are not your endless stream of worries and predictions. Those things happen within awareness, but they are not awareness itself. This realization can feel shocking. Many people have spent decades identifying with the noise. They believe the noise is who they are. So when the noise begins fading, they feel uncertain. Who am I without all these thoughts? Who am I without these worries? Who am I without these mental battles? The answer emerges slowly. You are still here. The awareness remains. The presence remains. The life beneath the noise remains. And this is where true freedom begins. Not when every thought disappears. Not when every problem is solved. But when you no longer depend on mental activity to feel alive. When you no longer need constant internal movement to feel safe. When silence stops feeling like a void and starts feeling like home. At first, this silence may seem unfamiliar, almost uncomfortable. But if you stay with it long enough, something remarkable happens. The restlessness begins fading. The need for constant stimulation begins softening. The addiction to psychological noise begins loosening its grip. And beneath all the activity that once seemed so necessary, you discover a quiet truth. The peace you have been searching for was never hidden behind more thinking. It was hidden underneath it, waiting patiently beneath years of noise, waiting beneath the endless mental conversations, waiting beneath the addiction to constant activity. And the moment you stop running from silence, you finally begin to hear it. As you begin to see how much of your suffering has been fueled by mental noise, another deeply rooted belief starts rising into view, a belief that quietly lives beneath many fears, insecurities, and struggles. The belief that something is wrong with you. Not something you always say out loud, not something you openly admit, but a quiet suspicion that follows many people through life. A suspicion that they are somehow different, damaged, incomplete, less capable than others, emotionally defective. Many people carry this belief for years without fully recognizing it. It hides behind self-criticism. It hides behind perfectionism. It hides behind comparison. It hides behind the endless effort to become better. Because underneath all those struggles is often the same painful assumption. If I were truly okay, I wouldn't feel this way. If I were stronger, I wouldn't be afraid. If I were wiser, I wouldn't be confused. If I were healed, I wouldn't still hurt. The mind quietly turns every human experience into evidence that something is wrong. The Stoics offered a radically different perspective. They believed that much of human suffering comes not from our emotions themselves, but from the stories we attach to them. A person feels fear, then immediately concludes they are weak. A person feels sadness, then concludes they are broken. A person feels uncertainty, then concludes they are failing. The emotion is temporary. The judgment becomes permanent. And over time, the judgment hurts far more than the emotion ever could. This is why so many people feel trapped. They are not fighting their emotions. They are fighting the meaning they have assigned to those emotions. The Stoics understood that being human means experiencing the full range of human feelings. Fear is human. Grief is human. Confusion is human. Loneliness is human. Disappointment is human. These experiences do not indicate failure. They indicate life. Marcus Aurelius was one of the most powerful men in the world, yet his personal writings reveal moments of frustration, uncertainty, exhaustion, and struggle. He did not see these experiences as proof of weakness. He saw them as part of the human condition. This perspective is incredibly important, because many people compare their inner reality to other people's outer appearance. They see calm faces, confident people, successful individuals, and they assume those people have somehow escaped the struggles they themselves experience. But every human being carries invisible battles. Every human being encounters fear. Every human being experiences moments of doubt. Every human being faces periods of uncertainty. The difference is not that some people never struggle. The difference is how they interpret the struggle. The person who believes they are defective sees every difficulty as proof. The person who understands human nature sees difficulty as part of the journey. This changes everything. Imagine carrying a heavy backpack for years. Eventually you stop noticing the weight because it feels normal. The belief that something is wrong with you often works the same way. People carry it for so long that they stop questioning it. They simply assume it is true. Every mistake reinforces it. Every setback confirms it. Every difficult emotion strengthens it. Yet what if the original belief was never true? What if you have spent years collecting evidence for a conclusion that was incorrect from the beginning? Epictetus taught that people are disturbed not by events, but by the judgments they make about them. This applies to how we judge ourselves as well. The event is feeling anxious. The judgment is, something is wrong with me. The event is feeling sad. The judgment is, I should be over this by now. The event is making a mistake. The judgment is, I always ruin everything. Notice how much suffering comes from the judgment rather than the event itself. The Stoic cure begins by separating these two things. An emotion is simply an emotion. A mistake is simply a mistake. A difficult season is simply a difficult season. None of these experiences automatically define your worth. None of them prove you are damaged. None of them make you defective. One of the most healing realizations a person can have is that imperfection is not a flaw in the design. It is part of the design. Human beings were never meant to be flawless. We were never meant to move through life without pain, uncertainty, confusion, or failure. The expectation of perfection creates endless suffering because it demands something impossible. The Stoics encouraged a much gentler approach. Accept your humanity, not reluctantly, not as a defeat, but as a reality. Accept that you will sometimes struggle. Accept that you will sometimes feel lost. Accept that you will sometimes make mistakes. Accept that there will be days when you do not have all the answers. None of these experiences reduce your worth. None of them make you less complete. In fact, many of the qualities people admire most, compassion, resilience, patience, wisdom, are often born through struggle rather than comfort. The wounds people try so hard to hide sometimes become the very source of their strength. Not because suffering is desirable, but because growth often emerges from learning how to live with life's difficulties instead of believing those difficulties make you defective. As this understanding deepens, something begins to loosen inside. The constant need to prove yourself, the endless effort to earn your worth, the fear that everyone else has figured out life while you remain somehow broken. You begin seeing yourself more clearly, not as a perfect person, not as a damaged person, simply as a human being learning, growing, falling, getting back up, experiencing joy and pain, certainty and doubt, strength and vulnerability, just like every person who has ever lived. And in that realization, a profound sense of relief quietly arrives, because perhaps the thing you needed most was never another way to fix yourself. Perhaps what you needed was permission to stop believing that you were broken in the first place. As the belief that something is wrong with you begins to dissolve, another source of suffering becomes easier to recognize. It is a burden that many people carry every day without ever touching it. A burden that exists entirely in the future. A burden made of possibilities, predictions, what-ifs, imagined disasters, imagined losses, imagined failures. And perhaps one of the strangest things about human beings is our ability to suffer over events that have not happened. Events that may never happen. The mind is constantly traveling ahead of reality. It wants to know what comes next. It wants certainty. It wants guarantees. It wants protection from pain before pain even arrives. At first, this seems reasonable. After all, planning is useful. Preparation is wise. Thinking ahead has value. But there is a difference between preparing for the future and living inside it. Many people cross that line without realizing it. A small uncertainty appears. The mind immediately starts building scenarios. What if I lose my job? What if something happens to someone I love? What if I fail? What if things fall apart? What if I cannot handle what is coming? One thought becomes 10, 10 become 100. Soon the person is carrying emotional weight, created entirely by imagination. Nothing has happened, yet their body feels tense. Their chest feels heavy. Their mind feels exhausted. They are carrying a future that does not exist. The Stoics understood this habit well. They knew that the human mind naturally moves ahead of reality. It tries to predict every outcome, anticipate every threat, prepare for every possibility. But they also understood something important. Most of the things we fear never happen. And even when difficult events do occur, they rarely happen the way we imagined. Think about all the worries you have carried throughout your life, the sleepless nights, the endless predictions, the imagined catastrophes. How many of them became reality exactly as you expected? Very few. The mind often acts like a novelist, creating detailed stories about the future, stories filled with fear, failure, loss, embarrassment, disappointment. Then it reacts emotionally to those stories as though they are already real. This is one of the reasons anxiety can feel so convincing. The body does not always distinguish between an actual threat and an imagined one. The mind paints a vivid picture. The body responds. The heart beats faster. The muscles tighten. Stress increases. All because of something that exists nowhere except thought. Marcus Aurelius repeatedly reminded himself to stay with what is directly in front of him. Not next year, not next month, not tomorrow, this moment, this task, this breath. He understood that most suffering comes from carrying more than reality requires. Life may ask you to handle today's challenge. The mind asks you to handle 10 years of imagined challenges all at once. No wonder people feel overwhelmed. No human being was designed to carry an entire future. Yet many try. Every day, they wake up and immediately start carrying things that have not happened. Future conversations, future failures, future losses, future uncertainties. The mind becomes like someone trying to carry every suitcase in an airport at the same time. Eventually, exhaustion becomes inevitable. The Stoics taught that the future should be met when it arrives, not before. This does not mean ignoring reality. It means trusting your ability to face reality when it becomes real. Most people underestimate their future strength. They assume that if something difficult happens, they will not be able to handle it. But they forget something important. The version of you facing tomorrow's challenge will not be the same version of you imagining it today. You will have more experience, more knowledge, more perspective, more resources, more wisdom. Life has a way of preparing us as we move forward. Yet the mind ignores this. It imagines future difficulties while forgetting future growth. It predicts future problems while ignoring future resilience. The Stoics refused to make this mistake. They trusted their ability to respond when the moment arrived. Not because they believed life would be easy, but because they understood that carrying tomorrow's burden today only creates unnecessary suffering. There is a beautiful image often associated with Stoic wisdom. A person standing in a storm, not running, not panicking, not predicting every future storm, simply standing in the one that is actually present. This is where peace becomes possible, because peace is rarely found in the future. Peace exists here, in the only place life is ever happening, the present. The future is endless. There will always be another possibility to worry about, another uncertainty, another question, another scenario. If peace depends on resolving all future uncertainty, peace will never arrive. The Stoics understood this. They stopped demanding certainty from life. Instead, they developed trust. Trust in their character, trust in their resilience, trust in their ability to meet whatever came. This trust lightens the load. The future no longer feels like an enormous weight pressing down on the present. It becomes what it has always been, a place you have not reached yet. Nothing more, nothing less. And slowly, the burden begins to fall away. The imagined conversations, the imagined failures, the imagined disasters, the imagined endings. One by one, they lose their authority. You stop carrying problems that reality never asked you to carry. You stop suffering over events that have not arrived. You stop spending today's energy on tomorrow's possibilities. And in that release, something remarkable happens. The present moment becomes lighter. Breathing becomes easier. The mind becomes quieter. Because for the first time in a long time, you are no longer trying to carry an entire future on your shoulders. You are simply carrying this moment. And this moment, by itself, is far lighter than you ever imagined. As the weight of an imaginary future begins to fall from your shoulders, another habit of the mind quietly steps forward. Unlike worrying about tomorrow, this habit keeps pulling you backward, back into old decisions, old mistakes, old conversations, old versions of yourself. It is the habit of constantly reviewing your life as if it were a case that has never been closed. Many people spend years conducting private investigations into their past. They replay moments over and over again. They revisit choices they made years ago. They return to crossroads that no longer exist. They mentally reopen doors that life has already closed. And every time they do, an old wound receives fresh attention. At first, this seems harmless. The mind tells itself it is simply learning, reflecting, trying to understand, trying to grow. But there comes a point where reflection quietly becomes rumination. Learning becomes reliving. Understanding becomes obsession. And instead of healing the past, the mind keeps resurrecting it. Have you ever noticed how certain memories seem to return again and again? Not because they offer new wisdom, not because they contain new information, but because the mind refuses to leave them alone. A mistake from 10 years ago, a conversation you wish had gone differently, an opportunity you missed, a relationship that ended, a choice you regret. The mind revisits these moments repeatedly, hoping that somehow a different answer will emerge. Yet every visit produces the same result. The past remains unchanged, only the suffering becomes renewed. The Stoics understood that the past holds a unique power over the human mind. Unlike the future, which exists only as possibility, the past feels solid, permanent, fixed. And because it cannot be changed, many people become trapped trying to mentally negotiate with reality itself. What if I had chosen differently? What if I had spoken differently? What if I had stayed? What if I had left sooner? What if I had known then what I know now? These questions seem innocent. Yet they often become chains, because hidden inside every question is a refusal to accept what has already happened. Marcus Aurelius frequently reminded himself that what is done, simple words, yet incredibly difficult to live by. The mind often behaves as though enough analysis can somehow rewrite history. It cannot. No amount of regret can alter yesterday. No amount of self-criticism can change an old decision. No amount of mental punishment can create a different outcome. And yet millions of people continue trying, not because they enjoy suffering, but because part of them believes that letting go means approval. They think that if they stop reviewing the past, they are excusing their mistakes. If they stop judging themselves, they are avoiding responsibility. If they stop revisiting old pain, they are somehow dishonoring what happened. The Stoics saw things differently. They believed that wisdom comes from learning the lesson and releasing the punishment. Most people do the opposite. They repeat the punishment while missing the lesson. Think about how often the mind acts like a relentless auditor, reviewing every error, examining every weakness, searching every memory for evidence. It becomes less interested in growth and more interested in prosecution. The past turns into a courtroom, and the person becomes both the accused and the judge. Every memory becomes another trial. Every regret becomes another sentence. Every mistake becomes another piece of evidence. Eventually, life becomes heavy, not because of what happened, but because of the endless review process. The Stoics understood that there is a difference between remembering and reliving. Remembering allows wisdom to remain. Reliving keeps suffering alive. One serves growth, the other serves pain. Imagine touching a wound every day to see if it has healed. The constant touching prevents the healing itself. The mind often does something similar. It repeatedly returns to old emotional injuries, not realizing that its attention is part of what keeps them active. The wound never receives a chance to become a scar, because it is reopened over and over again. This is why some experiences from years ago can still feel emotionally fresh, not because time failed to pass, but because the mind never stopped revisiting them. Epictetus taught that we cannot change events that have already occurred. What remains within our control is our relationship with them. This changes the focus entirely. Instead of asking, "How could I have prevented that?" the question becomes, "What can I learn from it now?" Instead of asking, "Why did I make that mistake?" the question becomes, "How has that experience shaped me?" The difference may seem small, but it changes everything. One question keeps you trapped in the past. The other allows you to carry wisdom into the future. Many people assume that growth requires constant self-review. The truth is often the opposite. Growth sometimes requires trust. Trust that the lesson has already been learned. Trust that the mistake has already served its purpose. Trust that endless analysis is no longer necessary. At some point, wisdom asks you to stop rereading the same chapter, not because it did not matter, but because life has more pages waiting. The Stoics knew that attention is precious. Every moment spent reliving an old mistake is a moment unavailable for the present, a moment unavailable for growth, a moment unavailable for peace. And slowly, as this understanding deepens, the need to keep auditing your life begins to soften. The endless reviews become less frequent. The old courtrooms begin to empty. The constant investigations lose their urgency. You stop demanding that the past explain itself one more time. You stop searching for answers that are no longer there. You stop reopening doors that lead nowhere. And in that release, something beautiful happens. The wounds that once felt permanent begin to lose their hold. Not because you forgot them, not because they disappeared, but because you finally stopped asking them to justify their existence. You took the lesson, you kept the wisdom, and at last you allowed the rest to remain where it belongs, in the past. As the need for closure begins to soften, another hidden source of suffering becomes easier to recognize. It is not always obvious. It often disguises itself as responsibility, determination, or strength. Yet beneath it lies a quiet struggle that drains enormous amounts of energy. The struggle against reality itself. Many people believe they are exhausted because life is difficult. Sometimes that is true, but often they are exhausted because they are fighting what already exists, fighting what has happened, fighting what cannot be changed, fighting emotions they do not want to feel, fighting circumstances they wish were different, fighting uncertainty they cannot remove. The event itself may require some energy, but resistance requires even more. Imagine swimming against a powerful river. The river continues flowing in the same direction. You continue pushing against it, hour after hour. Eventually, exhaustion becomes inevitable. Not because the river hates you, not because you are weak, but because fighting reality consumes tremendous energy. The mind often behaves in exactly the same way. Something happens. A disappointment, a setback, a loss, an unexpected change. The event occurs. Reality moves forward. Yet the mind remains behind, arguing. This should not have happened. Things should be different. Life should be fair. People should behave differently. I should not be feeling this. The event may last a moment. The resistance can last years. And it is often the resistance that creates the deepest exhaustion. The Stoics understood this better than almost anyone. They knew that suffering increases whenever we demand that reality becomes something other than what it is. This does not mean liking everything that happens. It does not mean approving of pain. It does not mean pretending difficult experiences are pleasant. It simply means recognizing what is already true. Because reality does not become lighter when we argue with it. It becomes heavier. Many people wake up every morning carrying invisible arguments. Arguments with the past, arguments with the present, arguments with themselves, arguments with life. The mind is constantly saying no, no to uncertainty, no to change, no to discomfort, no to imperfection, no to loss, no to things being exactly as they are. This constant refusal creates enormous tension. The body feels it. The nervous system feels it. The mind feels it. Even when a person is physically resting, they may remain mentally exhausted because the internal struggle never stops. Marcus Aurelius frequently reminded himself to accept reality before attempting to respond to it. This is a subtle but powerful distinction. Acceptance comes first. Action comes second. Most people reverse the order. They resist reality, fight reality, judge reality, then attempt to act. By that point, much of their energy has already been wasted. Think about how much energy is consumed by wishing the past had been different, by wishing people had behaved differently, by wishing circumstances had unfolded another way. The mind keeps revisiting reality with alternative versions, versions where everything worked out, versions where mistakes never happened, versions where loss never arrived, versions where life followed the original plan. Yet none of these versions exist, and every moment spent living inside them pulls energy away from the life that is actually here. The Stoics recognized that acceptance is not weakness. In fact, acceptance often requires tremendous strength. Anyone can argue with reality. Anyone can complain about what already happened. Anyone can resist circumstances they dislike. The harder task is seeing reality clearly and saying, "This is what exists now." That simple sentence contains enormous freedom, because the moment resistance ends, energy becomes available again. Energy that was trapped inside frustration, energy that was trapped inside denial, energy that was trapped inside endless internal conflict. Many people are surprised by how tired they feel after long periods of emotional struggle. What they often do not realize is that they have been carrying two burdens: the burden of the situation itself and the burden of resisting the situation. The second burden is often heavier than the first. A difficult emotion appears. The mind resists it. Now there is the emotion and the resistance. A painful event occurs. The mind refuses to accept it. Now there is the event and the resistance. A period of uncertainty arrives. The mind fights uncertainty. Now there is uncertainty and resistance. The suffering multiplies. Not because reality became worse, but because resistance attached itself to reality. Epictetus taught that wisdom begins when we distinguish between what is within our control and what is not. This teaching becomes incredibly practical here. Many people spend vast amounts of energy fighting things beyond their influence: the past, other people, the future, unpredictable events, the passage of time. Meanwhile, the only area where action remains possible receives less attention: the present moment. The Stoic path gently redirects attention back to what can actually be influenced, not because everything else stops mattering, but because fighting the uncontrollable is one of the fastest ways to drain the human spirit. There is a deep relief that arrives when you stop demanding that reality match your preferences before allowing yourself peace. You stop waiting for perfect circumstances. You stop waiting for complete certainty. You stop waiting for life to become exactly what you imagined. Instead, you begin working with reality rather than against it. Like a skilled sailor adjusting to the wind instead of demanding that the wind change direction. This shift changes everything. The mind becomes lighter. The body relaxes. The constant internal friction begins fading. Not because life becomes easier, but because you stop wasting precious energy fighting battles that cannot be won. And slowly, you discover something the Stoics understood centuries ago. Much of what we call mental fatigue is not caused by reality itself. It is caused by the endless effort to resist reality. The moment that resistance softens, the exhaustion begins softening too. And beneath that exhaustion, a quiet reserve of strength starts becoming available once again. A strength that was never lost, only buried beneath years of unnecessary struggle. As the struggle against reality begins to fade, another source of hidden tension often comes into view, a source of suffering so common that many people mistake it for motivation. The habit of comparison, the habit of measuring your life against the lives of others, your progress against their progress, your success against their success, your appearance against their appearance, your journey against their journey, and without realizing it, many people spend years carrying a burden that was never theirs to carry. Comparison rarely announces itself loudly. It often appears quietly. You see someone who seems happier, someone who seems more successful, someone who appears more confident, someone who seems further ahead, and almost instantly, the mind begins calculating. Where am I compared to them? Why am I not there yet? What am I doing wrong? What do they have that I don't? In that moment, something important happens. Attention leaves your own life and becomes trapped inside someone else's. The Stoics understood that comparison is one of the fastest ways to lose contact with reality, because comparison forces you to measure your private experience against someone else's public appearance. You compare your doubts to their confidence, your struggles to their victories, your unfinished journey to their finished chapter. The comparison is never fair, and yet the mind continues doing it. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself to focus on his own character rather than the lives of others. He understood that another person's path has nothing to do with your own responsibility. Another person's success does not diminish your potential. Another person's progress does not invalidate your progress. Life is not a race taking place on a single track. Every person is carrying different circumstances, different challenges, different opportunities, different wounds, different lessons. The mind forgets this. It sees only outcomes. It sees only appearances. And then it creates conclusions. Many people feel behind in life, not because they are behind, but because they are measuring themselves against unrealistic standards. They see someone else's highlight reel and compare it to their entire reality. Someone else's achievement becomes evidence of their inadequacy. Someone else's happiness becomes evidence of their lack. Someone else's success becomes proof that they are failing. The suffering is not created by the other person. It is created by the comparison itself. The Stoics knew that peace becomes impossible when self-worth depends on outperforming others, because there will always be someone richer, smarter, more attractive, more accomplished, more successful. If your peace depends on being ahead of everyone else, peace will remain forever out of reach. Comparison creates a moving target. The moment you reach one standard, another appears. The moment you achieve one goal, someone else seems further ahead. The cycle never ends. This is why comparison creates so much noise inside the mind. It constantly generates feelings of deficiency. The person stops appreciating what they have because they are focused on what someone else possesses. They stop recognizing their own growth because they are measuring it against another person's timeline. They stop living their life because they are busy evaluating someone else's. And gradually, gratitude disappears. Contentment disappears. Presence disappears. The mind becomes restless, always looking sideways, always measuring, always calculating. The Stoic path offers something radically different. It asks a simple question. Compared to whom? Compared to what? The only meaningful comparison is between who you were and who you are becoming. Even then, the goal is not judgment. The goal is awareness. Growth is personal. Wisdom is personal. Character is personal. The person standing beside you is living an entirely different story. Their path was never meant to be yours. One of the great tragedies of comparison is that it prevents people from seeing their own lives clearly. They become so focused on what they lack that they become blind to what they possess. So focused on what remains undone that they overlook what has already been accomplished. So focused on distant destinations that they stop appreciating the road beneath their feet. The Stoics repeatedly returned to gratitude because gratitude breaks the spell of comparison. The grateful mind looks at what is present. The comparing mind looks at what is absent. One creates peace, the other creates endless dissatisfaction. Imagine standing beside a beautiful river. Instead of appreciating its beauty, you spend the entire time wishing it looked like another river somewhere else. The experience is lost, not because the river lacked beauty, but because comparison prevented you from seeing it. Life often works the same way. The mind becomes so occupied with other people's paths that it misses the value of its own. Epictetus taught that every person has their own role to play. Your responsibility is not to perform someone else's role better than they do. Your responsibility is to fulfill your own role with integrity. This perspective creates tremendous freedom. You stop competing with lives you were never meant to live. You stop measuring yourself against standards that do not belong to you. You stop carrying expectations created by comparison. And slowly, something remarkable begins to happen. The noise begins to fade. The calculations become less frequent. The need to measure yourself against everyone else starts losing its grip. The mind settles, not because life suddenly becomes perfect, but because attention returns home, back to your own journey, back to your own growth, back to your own values, back to your own life. And in that return, a beautiful silence begins to emerge, a silence that was always hidden beneath comparison. A silence that does not ask whether you are ahead or behind. A silence that does not care who has more or less. A silence that simply allows you to be where you are. And perhaps for the first time in a very long time, that becomes enough. Not because your journey is finished, but because it is finally your own. As the habit of comparing yourself to others begins to fade, the mind becomes quieter. But in that quiet, another habit often reveals itself. A habit that seems intelligent on the surface, yet secretly keeps many people trapped. The need to explain every feeling. The need to understand every emotion. The need to find a reason for every moment of sadness, anxiety, frustration, loneliness, or uncertainty. Many people believe that if they can just understand what they are feeling, they will finally be free from it. So they investigate, analyze, interpret, question, dissect. They turn every emotion into a puzzle that must be solved. Yet sometimes the more they search for answers, the longer the feeling stays. This happens because not every emotion arrives carrying a message. Not every feeling is a problem. Not every inner experience requires an explanation. The Stoics understood that emotions are often like weather passing through the mind. Some arrive unexpectedly, some stay briefly, some stay longer, some disappear without explanation. Yet many people treat every emotional cloud as though it requires a full investigation. A wave of sadness appears. Immediately the mind asks, "Why am I feeling this?" A feeling of anxiety arrives. The mind begins searching for causes. A strange feeling of restlessness appears. The mind starts examining every detail of life. Hours can be spent searching for explanations. Days can be spent analyzing. Meanwhile, the feeling remains. Sometimes it even grows stronger, because attention itself can keep an emotion alive. Imagine a small fire. The more wood you place into it, the longer it burns. Many emotions work in a similar way. The more attention, analysis, and interpretation they receive, the longer they remain active. This is why some feelings seem impossible to escape. The person is not only experiencing the emotion, they are feeding it with constant examination. Marcus Aurelius often practiced observing emotions rather than immediately explaining them. He understood that awareness is different from analysis. Awareness notices. Analysis chases. Awareness creates space. Analysis often creates entanglement. The modern mind tends to believe that understanding automatically leads to healing. Sometimes it does. But many emotions do not need understanding. They need permission, permission to exist, permission to move, permission to complete their natural course. Think about a child crying after a difficult day. The child may not know exactly why they are upset. The emotion simply moves through them. Then eventually it passes. Adults often lose this ability. A feeling appears. Instead of allowing it, they immediately begin interrogating it. Where did this come from? What does it mean? What is wrong with me? Why am I still feeling this? The original emotion may have been simple. The mental investigation makes it complicated. The Stoics recognized that life contains experiences that cannot always be understood in the moment. Sometimes the mind is tired. Sometimes the body is exhausted. Sometimes emotions emerge from countless small experiences accumulated over time. Not every feeling has a single cause. Not every feeling needs a clear explanation. And perhaps most importantly, not every feeling needs fixing. This idea can feel uncomfortable. The mind loves certainty. It loves conclusions. It loves clear answers. But life is often more mysterious than the mind wants to admit. There are days when you may feel emotional without knowing exactly why. Days when sadness visits unexpectedly. Days when your heart feels heavy. Days when your energy feels different. This does not automatically mean something is wrong. It does not mean you are broken. It does not mean a hidden problem must be discovered. Sometimes it simply means you are human. Epictetus taught that much suffering comes not from events themselves, but from the judgments we add to them. The same principle applies to emotions. A feeling appears. Then the mind creates a story about the feeling. The story often creates more suffering than the emotion itself. A person feels anxious, then they become anxious about being anxious. A person feels sad, then they become concerned about feeling sad. A person feels uncertain, then they judge themselves for feeling uncertain. The emotional experience multiplies, not because the original feeling grew stronger, but because the mind attached additional layers to it. The Stoic path invites a different response. A feeling appears. You notice it, you acknowledge it, you allow it. Then you continue living. Not because the feeling is ignored, but because it is not turned into an endless project. This approach requires trust. Trust that emotions are capable of moving through you without constant supervision. Trust that not every feeling needs a solution. Trust that the mind does not need to understand everything before it can rest. One of the greatest forms of wisdom is learning when to stop searching. Not because curiosity is bad, but because endless searching can become another form of resistance. The person keeps demanding answers from an experience that may have none. Meanwhile, the emotion is waiting for something much simpler: space, patience, acceptance. As this understanding deepens, emotions begin losing their intimidating power. Not because they disappear, but because you stop chasing them, you stop interrogating them, You stop demanding explanations from every feeling that enters your awareness, and something surprising begins to happen. Many emotions that once seemed permanent start dissolving on their own. Not through force, not through analysis, not through endless understanding, but through the simple act of allowing them to come and go naturally. Like clouds crossing an open sky, the sky does not question every cloud. It does not analyze every movement. It does not demand explanations. It simply remains open, and eventually every cloud passes. The Stoics knew that the mind can become just as open, a place where emotions are welcomed without becoming trapped, a place where feelings are experienced without becoming identities, a place where peace does not depend on understanding everything. Because sometimes the deepest healing arrives not when an emotion is finally explained, but when it is finally allowed to leave. As the habit of comparing yourself to others begins to fade, the mind becomes quieter. But in that quiet, another habit often reveals itself, a habit that seems intelligent on the surface, yet secretly keeps many people trapped. The need to explain every feeling, the need to understand every emotion, the need to find a reason for every moment of sadness, anxiety, frustration, loneliness, or uncertainty. Many people believe that if they can just understand what they are feeling, they will finally be free from it. So they investigate, analyze, interpret, question, dissect. They turn every emotion into a puzzle that must be solved. Yet sometimes the more they search for answers, the longer the feeling stays. This happens because not every emotion arrives carrying a message. Not every feeling is a problem. Not every inner experience requires an explanation. The Stoics understood that emotions are often like weather passing through the mind. Some arrive unexpectedly, some stay briefly, some stay longer, some disappear without explanation. Yet many people treat every emotional cloud as though it requires a full investigation. A wave of sadness appears. Immediately the mind asks, "Why am I feeling this?" A feeling of anxiety arrives. The mind begins searching for causes. A strange feeling of restlessness appears. The mind starts examining every detail of life. Hours can be spent searching for explanations. Days can be spent analyzing. Meanwhile, the feeling remains. Sometimes it even grows stronger, because attention itself can keep an emotion alive. Imagine a small fire. The more wood you place into it, the longer it burns. Many emotions work in a similar way. The more attention, analysis, and interpretation they receive, the longer they remain active. This is why some feelings seem impossible to escape. The person is not only experiencing the emotion, they are feeding it with constant examination. Marcus Aurelius often practiced observing emotions rather than immediately explaining them. He understood that awareness is different from analysis. Awareness notices. Analysis chases. Awareness creates space. Analysis often creates entanglement. The modern mind tends to believe that understanding automatically leads to healing. Sometimes it does, but many emotions do not need understanding. They need permission. Permission to exist. Permission to move. Permission to complete their natural course. Think about a child crying after a difficult day. The child may not know exactly why they are upset. The emotion simply moves through them. Then, eventually, it passes. Adults often lose this ability. A feeling appears. Instead of allowing it, they immediately begin interrogating it. Where did this come from? What does it mean? What is wrong with me? Why am I still feeling this? The original emotion may have been simple. The mental investigation makes it complicated. The Stoics recognized that life contains experiences that cannot always be understood in the moment. Sometimes the mind is tired. Sometimes the body is exhausted. Sometimes emotions emerge from countless small experiences accumulated over time. Not every feeling has a single cause. Not every feeling needs a clear explanation. And perhaps most importantly, not every feeling needs fixing. This idea can feel uncomfortable. The mind loves certainty. It loves conclusions. It loves clear answers. But life is often more mysterious than the mind wants to admit. There are days when you may feel emotional without knowing exactly why. Days when sadness visits unexpectedly. Days when your heart feels heavy. Days when your energy feels different. This does not automatically mean something is wrong. It does not mean you are broken. It does not mean a hidden problem must be discovered. Sometimes it simply means you are human. Epictetus taught that much suffering comes not from events themselves, but from the judgments we add to them. The same principle applies to emotions. A feeling appears. Then the mind creates a story about the feeling. The story often creates more suffering than the emotion itself. A person feels anxious. Then they become anxious about being anxious. A person feels sad. Then they become concerned about feeling sad. A person feels uncertain. Then they judge themselves for feeling uncertain. The emotional experience multiplies, not because the original feeling grew stronger, but because the mind attached additional layers to it. The Stoic path invites a different response. A feeling appears. You notice it. You acknowledge it. You allow it. Then you continue living. Not because the feeling is ignored, but because it is not turned into an endless project. This approach requires trust. Trust that emotions are capable of moving through you without constant supervision. Trust that not every feeling needs a solution. Trust that the mind does not need to understand everything before it can rest. One of the greatest forms of wisdom is learning when to stop searching. Not because curiosity is bad, but because endless searching can become another form of resistance. The person keeps demanding answers from an experience that may have none. Meanwhile, the emotion is waiting for something much simpler: space, patience, acceptance. As this understanding deepens, emotions begin losing their intimidating power. Not because they disappear, but because you stop chasing them. You stop interrogating them. You stop demanding explanations from every feeling that enters your awareness. And something surprising begins to happen. Many emotions that once seemed permanent start dissolving on their own. Not through force, not through analysis, not through endless understanding, but through the simple act of allowing them to come and go naturally, like clouds crossing an open sky. The sky does not question every cloud. It does not analyze every movement. It does not demand explanations. It simply remains open, and eventually every cloud passes. The Stoics knew that the mind can become just as open, a place where emotions are welcomed without becoming trapped, a place where feelings are experienced without becoming identities, a place where peace does not depend on understanding everything, because sometimes the deepest healing arrives not when an emotion is finally explained, but when it is finally allowed to leave. As you learn to stop chasing explanations for every emotion, another source of suffering becomes impossible to ignore. It is quieter than fear, more familiar than anxiety, and for many people, it has been present for so long that they mistake it for their own voice. The voice of self-criticism, the voice that appears after mistakes, the voice that arrives during difficult moments, the voice that constantly points out flaws, weaknesses, failures, and shortcomings. At first, many people believe this voice is helping them. They believe it keeps them accountable, keeps them disciplined, keeps them improving. But what if the opposite is true? What if one of the greatest sources of emotional exhaustion is not what happens to you, but how you speak to yourself afterward? Most people would never speak to a loved one the way they speak to themselves. A friend makes a mistake. You offer understanding. You offer patience. You offer encouragement. Yet when you make a mistake, the voice inside becomes ruthless. How could you be so stupid? You should know better by now. Why do you keep doing this? What's wrong with you? The mistake may last a moment. The criticism can last for years. The Stoics understood that the greatest battles are often internal, not because life is easy, but because the mind has the power to become its own enemy. Many people carry a hidden belief that harshness creates growth, that self-punishment creates improvement, that criticism creates excellence. But if that were true, the most self-critical people would be the most peaceful, the most fulfilled, the most emotionally healthy. Yet reality often shows the opposite. The harshest inner critics are frequently the most anxious, the most exhausted, the most dissatisfied, because criticism creates pressure, not wisdom, fear, not understanding, tension, not peace. Imagine carrying a person beside you every day whose only job is to point out your mistakes. Every time you stumble, they remind you. Every time you fall short, they criticize you. Every time you struggle, they question your worth. Eventually, you would feel exhausted. Yet many people live with exactly such a voice inside their own minds. And because it is familiar, they stop questioning it. They assume it is normal. They assume it is necessary. They assume it is helping. Marcus Aurelius took a different approach. He believed in honest self-reflection, but not self-abuse. There is a difference. Reflection asks, what can I learn from this? Criticism asks, what is wrong with me? Reflection creates growth. Criticism creates shame. Reflection looks forward. Criticism keeps dragging you backward. The Stoics understood that mistakes are teachers, not prosecutors. Every mistake contains information, a lesson, a perspective, an opportunity to become wiser. But self-criticism often prevents learning because it turns every mistake into a personal attack. The focus shifts away from understanding the action and toward attacking the person. A mistake becomes an identity. A setback becomes a character flaw. A difficult season becomes proof of inadequacy. This is where psychological stability begins to suffer. Not because life is difficult, but because the mind responds to difficulty with hostility. Many people do not realize how much energy is consumed by this internal conflict. A harsh inner voice creates constant tension. The nervous system remains alert. The mind remains defensive. The heart remains heavy. Even during peaceful moments, criticism continues its work. The person achieves something. The critic says it was not enough. The person improves. The critic focuses on what still needs improvement. The person succeeds. The critic reminds them of past failures. Nothing is allowed to simply be. Nothing is allowed to be enough. The Stoics recognize that true strength does not come from attacking yourself. It comes from understanding yourself honestly. This does not mean ignoring mistakes. It does not mean avoiding responsibility. It means removing unnecessary cruelty from the process. Think about how a skilled teacher corrects a student. The teacher points out mistakes, but the goal is learning, not humiliation. The goal is growth, not punishment. Wisdom treats the mind in much the same way. A wise person can acknowledge an error without turning it into evidence of worthlessness. They can recognize a weakness without building an identity around it. They can accept imperfection without declaring themselves defective. Epictetus often reminded his students that progress happens gradually. Human beings learn through practice, through repetition, through failure, through experience. Expecting perfection from yourself is like expecting a child to master a skill without ever making mistakes. The expectation itself is unreasonable, yet many people demand exactly this from themselves every day. And when reality fails to meet the impossible standard, criticism rushes in. The hidden violence of self-criticism is that it slowly teaches a person to distrust themselves, to fear mistakes, to fear failure, to fear being imperfectly human. Over time, life becomes smaller, safer, more restricted, not because the world has become dangerous, but because the person has become afraid of their own judgment. The Stoic path offers something far healthier: firmness without cruelty, accountability without shame, growth without self-hatred. A person can acknowledge mistakes and still remain worthy of compassion. A person can fall short and still deserve patience. A person can struggle and still be enough. As this understanding begins to settle, the inner voice starts changing. Not overnight, not all at once, but gradually. The criticism becomes quieter. The hostility softens. The constant accusations lose their authority. And in the space left behind, something new begins to emerge: understanding, patience, respect, not because you have become perfect, but because you have finally stopped treating imperfection as a crime. And when that hidden violence comes to an end, the mind discovers a kind of stability it has been missing for years. A stability built not on judgment, but on acceptance, not on punishment, but on wisdom. And from that place, genuine growth becomes possible once again. As the harsh voice of self-criticism begins losing its grip, a deeper truth starts revealing itself. A truth that explains why so many mental struggles seem impossible to escape. Not because they are too powerful, not because you are too weak, but because attention itself often becomes their source of strength. Most people believe they suffer because certain thoughts, fears, worries, or emotions exist. The Stoics discovered something more subtle. Many struggles continue not because they exist, but because they are constantly fed. Fed with attention, fed with focus, fed with mental energy. Imagine a small plant growing in a garden. If you water it every day, give it sunlight, and constantly care for it, it grows stronger. The mind works in a surprisingly similar way. Whatever receives your consistent attention tends to grow. Whatever receives your repeated focus tends to become more important. Whatever occupies your mental space repeatedly begins to shape your experience of reality. This is why some worries become larger than life itself, not because they deserve that much power, but because attention quietly gives them power. A person has a fearful thought. The thought itself is small, but the mind returns to it repeatedly, examines it, questions it, analyzes it, fears it. Days later, the thought feels enormous. The person believes the thought became stronger on its own. In reality, attention helped it grow. The Stoics were careful about where they placed their focus because they understood this principle long before modern psychology existed. Marcus Aurelius often redirected his attention toward what was useful rather than what was merely disturbing. He understood that attention is not just awareness. Attention is nourishment. And many people spend years nourishing the very things they wish would disappear. Consider anxiety. Most people respond to anxiety by becoming fascinated with it. Why am I anxious? How long will this last? What if it gets worse? What if I never stop feeling this way? The anxiety becomes the center of attention. The mind circles around it constantly. Soon, anxiety occupies more mental space than the rest of life combined. The person unintentionally becomes a full-time observer of their own distress. The same thing happens with fear. A fearful possibility appears. Instead of passing through naturally, it becomes the object of repeated focus. The mind revisits it throughout the day. Each visit strengthens its presence. Each visit reinforces its importance. Eventually, the fear feels permanent. Not because it is permanent, but because attention keeps bringing it back to life. The Stoics understood something incredibly liberating. Attention is a choice. Not always an easy choice. Not always an immediate choice, but a choice nonetheless. You may not choose which thoughts appear. You may not choose which emotions arrive, but you can gradually learn where your attention rests. This changes everything, because many mental problems survive through repeated observation. A person constantly monitors their sadness. The sadness grows. A person constantly monitors their insecurity. The insecurity grows. A person constantly monitors their fears. The fears grow. Not because these experiences are inherently powerful, but because the mind keeps shining a spotlight on them. Think about being in a dark theater. Wherever the spotlight points becomes the center of attention. The rest fades into the background. The mind often functions the same way. Many people spend years pointing the spotlight toward their problems while ignoring everything else. They stop noticing what is good, what is stable, what is working, what is beautiful, what is meaningful. Their attention becomes trapped, and whatever traps attention eventually shapes perception. This does not mean pretending problems do not exist. The Stoics never advocated denial. They simply understood that constant focus is different from wise awareness. You can acknowledge a problem without worshipping it. You can recognize a fear without feeding it. You can notice pain without making it the center of your identity. Epictetus taught that external events only gain power over us when we grant them authority. Attention is one of the ways we grant authority. The more attention something receives, the larger it appears. This is why some of the most peaceful people are not necessarily those with the fewest problems. They are often the people who have learned where not to place their attention. They refuse to spend hours mentally feeding fears that offer nothing useful. They refuse to turn every discomfort into a major project. They refuse to build entire identities around temporary struggles. Instead, they direct attention toward what strengthens them, toward character, toward action, toward gratitude, toward purpose, toward the present moment. This shift creates a remarkable transformation. The mind stops acting like a gardener watering weeds. It starts cultivating what truly matters. And slowly, the weeds lose strength, not because they were attacked, not because they were destroyed, but because they stopped receiving nourishment. Many people spend years trying to eliminate thoughts through force. The Stoics chose a different path. They simply stopped feeding what they did not wish to grow. Over time, neglected thoughts lose energy. Neglected fears lose momentum. Neglected worries lose influence. The mind naturally begins reorganizing itself around what receives attention. And as this understanding deepens, a profound sense of freedom emerges. You realize that many struggles have survived not because they were undefeatable, but because they were constantly being fed. Fed by focus, fed by attention, fed by repeated observation. And once that feeding stops, something beautiful begins to happen. The mind becomes less crowded, less reactive, less consumed. Not because every problem disappears, but because your attention finally returns to where your life is actually being lived. Here, now, in this moment. And in that moment, many of the things that once seemed impossible to escape begin quietly losing their power. As you begin to understand that attention often feeds the very struggles it wants to eliminate, a new possibility starts to emerge. A possibility that feels almost unnatural at first. What if you stopped trying to manage every emotion altogether? What if peace did not require controlling every feeling? What if some emotions were never asking to be fixed, only felt? Many people spend their lives interfering with their emotional experience. The moment a feeling appears, they immediately try to change it. Sadness appears, they try to escape it. Fear appears, they try to suppress it. Anger appears, they try to eliminate it. Uncertainty appears, they try to replace it with certainty. The mind becomes a constant emotional mechanic, always repairing, adjusting, manipulating, and interfering. Yet this endless interference often creates more suffering than the emotion itself. The Stoics practiced something very different. They understood that emotions are natural responses to life. They are movements within the human experience. And like all natural movements, they have their own rhythm, their own beginning, their own middle, their own end. The problem begins when the mind refuses to let that process unfold. Imagine standing on the shore watching waves arrive. You would never try to stop each wave from reaching the beach. You would never run into the ocean attempting to push every wave back. You understand that waves naturally rise and fall. Emotions operate in much the same way. They arrive, they move, they change, they leave. But many people panic when an emotion appears. They immediately assume something is wrong. A feeling of sadness arrives. The mind says, "I shouldn't feel this." A feeling of anxiety arrives. The mind says, "How do I get rid of this?" A feeling of frustration appears. The mind says, "This needs to stop." The emotion is no longer being experienced. It is being resisted, and resistance often keeps it alive. Marcus Aurelius frequently reminded himself to observe his inner experiences without immediately becoming trapped by them. He understood that emotions are information, not commands. They do not need to be obeyed, but they also do not need to be attacked. This balance is one of the most beautiful aspects of Stoic wisdom. The Stoics were not emotionally numb. They were not trying to become emotionless. They were learning how to stop fighting emotions. There is an important difference. Many people believe emotional strength means never feeling fear, never feeling sadness, never feeling disappointment. The Stoics knew better. True strength is allowing those experiences to exist without losing yourself inside them. A storm may pass across the sky. The sky does not panic. It does not argue. It does not attempt to stop the storm. It simply remains. Human awareness has the same capacity. A difficult emotion can arise within you. Yet something deeper remains unchanged. Something deeper remains steady. The moment you stop interfering, you begin discovering that steadiness. One reason people interfere so much with emotions is because they fear permanence. They assume that if sadness arrives, it will stay forever. If anxiety appears, it will take over completely. If grief surfaces, it will never leave. The mind becomes desperate to regain control. Yet most emotions are temporary by nature. They are designed to move. What often makes them linger is not their arrival. It is the struggle against their arrival. Think about how exhausting it is to constantly monitor and manipulate your inner world, trying to feel better, trying to stay positive, trying to remove discomfort, trying to force calm. The effort itself becomes another burden. The Stoic practice of emotional non-interference removes this burden. Instead of asking, "How do I stop feeling this?" you begin asking, "Can I allow this feeling to be here for a moment?" Instead of fighting sadness, you observe it. Instead of resisting fear, you acknowledge it. Instead of battling uncertainty, you make room for it. This approach may seem passive. In reality, it requires tremendous courage, because it asks you to trust your ability to experience emotions without controlling them. Most people have spent years believing the opposite. They believe safety comes through control. The Stoics discovered that peace often comes through acceptance. Acceptance does not strengthen emotions. It allows them to complete their natural course. A feeling that is allowed often moves more freely than a feeling that is resisted. A feeling that is observed often fades more naturally than a feeling that is constantly manipulated. This is why some emotions seem to disappear the moment we stop chasing them. The chase was keeping them alive. The interference was creating friction. The resistance was supplying energy. Once those things are removed, the emotional experience often softens on its own. Epictetus taught that wisdom begins when we stop demanding that reality be different from what it is. This applies internally as well. The reality of this moment may include fear, or sadness, or uncertainty, or grief. The Stoic response is not immediate resistance. The Stoic response is presence, a willingness to stay, to observe, to allow. And slowly, something remarkable happens. The emotions that once seemed overwhelming become less frightening, not because they disappear, but because you stop treating them as enemies. You begin trusting the natural intelligence of your own emotional life, trusting that feelings can come and go without constant supervision, trusting that awareness is strong enough to hold them, and in that trust, a profound calm begins to emerge. Not the calm of perfect emotional control, but something much deeper. The calm that comes from no longer fighting yourself. The calm that comes from letting emotions rise and fall like waves on the surface of a vast ocean. And beneath those waves, you discover something the Stoics knew all along. A deeper stillness that remains untouched by every emotion that passes through it. As you begin allowing emotions to rise and fall without interference, another hidden source of inner tension becomes easier to recognize. It is a force that often disguises itself as ambition, responsibility, or high standards. Yet beneath the surface, it quietly creates endless psychological noise. Perfectionism. Many people believe perfectionism helps them succeed. They believe it pushes them forward, keeps them disciplined, prevents mistakes, protects them from failure. But what perfectionism often creates is not excellence, it creates exhaustion. Because perfectionism does not ask for growth, it demands flawlessness. And flawlessness is something no human being can provide. The perfectionist mind rarely allows itself rest. No achievement feels complete. No progress feels sufficient. No success feels worthy of celebration for very long. The moment one goal is reached, another standard immediately appears. The finish line keeps moving, the person keeps running, and peace remains just out of reach. This is why perfectionism creates so much mental noise. The mind is constantly evaluating, constantly correcting, constantly measuring, constantly searching for imperfections. Nothing is ever allowed to simply be good enough. There is always another improvement to make, another mistake to avoid, another flaw to fix, another reason to delay satisfaction. Marcus Aurelius understood something many perfectionists struggle to accept. Human beings are not designed for perfection. We are designed for effort, for learning, for growth, for adaptation. Perfection belongs to imagination. Reality belongs to imperfect people doing their best. Yet many people spend years chasing an ideal version of themselves that does not exist. A version that never makes mistakes, never feels uncertain, never struggles, never falls short. The problem is not that this version is difficult to become. The problem is that this version is impossible, and every day spent chasing it creates more frustration. Think about how perfectionism changes ordinary experiences. A simple mistake becomes a major failure. A small setback becomes evidence of inadequacy. A good performance becomes disappointing because it was not flawless. The person stops experiencing life directly. They experience life through impossible expectations. Everything becomes filtered through standards no human being could consistently meet. The Stoics knew that impossible expectations are invitations to suffering, because reality will always fall short of fantasy. People will disappoint you. Plans will change. Mistakes will happen. Emotions will fluctuate. Life will remain imperfect. The perfectionist mind interprets these realities as problems. The Stoic mind accepts them as part of existence. This acceptance creates enormous freedom. Many perfectionists live in a constant state of psychological tension. They are always trying to close the gap between reality and perfection. But the gap never closes, because perfection keeps moving further away. The more they achieve, the more they expect. The more they improve, the more flaws they discover. The more successful they become, the more afraid they become of failure. The mind never arrives. It remains trapped inside endless striving. Epictetus taught that peace comes from focusing on what is within your control. Perfection is not within your control. Effort is. Character is. Integrity is. Presence is. Wisdom is. The Stoics focused on these things because they understood that peace cannot be built on impossible outcomes. It must be built on realistic foundations. One of the hidden dangers of perfectionism is that it turns life into a constant evaluation. Nothing can simply be enjoyed. A project must be perfect. A conversation must be perfect. A decision must be perfect. Even personal growth must be perfect. The person becomes trapped inside endless self-monitoring, always checking, always measuring, always wondering whether they are doing enough. The result is mental noise. Relentless mental noise. The mind rarely experiences stillness because it is too busy searching for flaws, too busy fixing, too busy improving, too busy demanding more. This is why perfectionism often destroys the very peace it promises. It claims that happiness will arrive after perfection, but perfection never arrives. So happiness remains postponed. The Stoics offered a wiser path. Do your best. Act with integrity. Learn from mistakes. Then let go. Not because standards are unimportant, but because peace cannot survive inside endless judgment. A tree grows imperfectly. A river flows imperfectly. The seasons unfold imperfectly. Yet nature remains beautiful. Life itself is imperfect. And perhaps that is part of its beauty. The perfectionist mind spends so much time searching for flaws that it misses the miracle of what already exists. It misses progress, growth, connection, experience, presence, all because it is chasing an impossible standard. As this understanding deepens, something begins to soften. The need to be flawless, the need to have all the answers, the need to get everything right, the need to become perfect before allowing yourself peace. You begin seeing that perfection was never the path to calm. It was the obstacle, the endless source of pressure, the endless source of noise. And as that impossible standard starts losing its authority, the mind becomes quieter, lighter, less burdened. Because for the first time, you stop demanding perfection from a life that was always meant to be lived, learned from, and experienced imperfectly. And in that acceptance, a deeper peace begins to emerge. Not the peace of getting everything right, but the peace of no longer needing to. As the pressure of perfection begins to loosen, something unexpected starts appearing in its place. Space. Space to breathe. Space to rest. space to stop chasing an impossible version of yourself. And within that space, a beautiful realization quietly emerges. You do not need to become complete in order to be at peace. For much of life, many people live as though happiness exists at the end of some future transformation. They tell themselves that one day they will finally arrive. One day they will be wise enough, strong enough, disciplined enough, healed enough, successful enough, confident enough. Then, finally, they will allow themselves to rest. Then, finally, they will feel whole. But there is a problem with this way of living. The destination keeps moving. Every improvement reveals another area that still needs work. Every achievement uncovers another goal. Every victory creates another standard. The person remains trapped in a permanent state of becoming, always moving toward completion, never arriving. The Stoics understood something that modern culture often forgets. Human beings are not projects that reach a final version. They are living processes, always learning, always changing, always evolving, always unfinished. Marcus Aurelius was one of the wisest men of his time. Yet throughout his writings, he continued reminding himself of lessons he had not fully mastered. He continued reflecting, continued learning, continued growing. He did not see this as failure. He saw it as being human. Many people secretly believe that growth means eventually reaching a state where there are no more weaknesses, no more doubts, no more fears, no more struggles. But life does not work that way. Growth does not remove your humanity. It deepens your relationship with it. The person waiting to become complete before feeling peaceful often spends their entire life waiting, because there is always another lesson, another challenge, another uncertainty, another area where growth remains possible. The Stoics did not seek completion. They sought alignment. Alignment with wisdom, alignment with reality, alignment with virtue. Not perfection, not finality, not some imaginary state where all personal development ends forever. Think about a river. A river never arrives at a permanent state of completion. It keeps flowing, keep moving, keep changing, yet it remains fully itself throughout the journey. Human life is much the same. You do not become valuable once growth ends. You are valuable while growth continues. This distinction changes everything. Many people accidentally turn self-improvement into self-rejection. Every area needing growth becomes evidence that they are not enough yet. Every weakness becomes proof that more work is required before self-acceptance is allowed. The result is a life spent postponing peace. The Stoics challenged this mindset completely. They believed that acceptance and growth can exist together. You can accept yourself while still improving. You can appreciate who you are while continuing to evolve. You can acknowledge imperfections without treating them as emergencies. This creates a much healthier relationship with growth. Growth becomes exploration rather than correction. Development becomes curiosity rather than self-punishment. Learning becomes a natural process rather than a desperate attempt to become worthy. One of the deepest sources of suffering comes from believing that life is preparing to begin. Many people live this way. They are always preparing, always improving, always fixing, always waiting to become the person they think they need to be. Meanwhile, life is happening right now, not after complete healing, not after perfect confidence, not after every flaw disappears. Now. The Stoics repeatedly returned to the present moment because they understood this truth. The present does not ask whether you are finished. The present asks whether you are here. A flower does not wait until every petal is perfect before blooming. A tree does not refuse to grow because it still has imperfections. Nature does not demand completion before allowing existence. Only human beings create such impossible conditions, and then suffer beneath them. There is something profoundly peaceful about admitting that you are unfinished, not as a criticism, as a fact. You are unfinished, just as every person who has ever lived was unfinished, just as every wise person was unfinished, just as every teacher, philosopher, leader, and thinker was unfinished. The journey itself is never fully completed. The learning never completely ends. The growth never completely stops. And perhaps that is exactly how it was meant to be. Because the moment you stop demanding completion, an enormous burden falls away. You stop rushing. You stop measuring every flaw. You stop treating every weakness as a crisis. You stop demanding that life reach some final state before allowing yourself peace. Instead, you begin trusting the process, trusting the unfolding, trusting the imperfect path. Epictetus understood that the goal is not to become flawless. The goal is to keep returning to wisdom, again and again. Each day, each moment, each challenge, not perfectly, but sincerely. And slowly, a rare kind of peace begins to emerge. A peace that does not depend on arrival, a peace that does not depend on completion, a peace that does not require you to become someone else. It comes from realizing that life was never asking you to be finished. It was only asking you to participate, to learn, to grow, to experience, to keep moving forward. And in that realization, something inside finally relaxes. Because for the first time, you stop treating your unfinished nature as a problem and begin seeing it as part of the beauty of being alive. As you begin accepting the peace of being unfinished, another misunderstanding of the mind becomes easier to see, one that quietly fuels anxiety, overthinking, and unnecessary suffering. The belief that every thought deserves immediate attention. The belief that every mental alarm means danger is near. The belief that if a fearful thought appears, something must be wrong. For many people, thoughts feel urgent. They feel important. They feel like emergency signals demanding an immediate response. But one of the most life-changing realizations a person can have is this. A thought is not an emergency. A thought is simply a thought. Yet most people never learn this distinction. A fearful image appears in the mind. Immediately the body reacts. A worst-case scenario appears. Immediately the mind starts preparing. A disturbing possibility emerges. Immediately, attention rushes toward it. The thought arrives like a visitor, but it is treated like a fire alarm. This habit creates enormous psychological exhaustion. Because the human mind produces thousands of thoughts every day, some useful, some meaningless, some wise, some irrational, some creative, some fearful, some completely random. The problem is not that thoughts appear. The problem is that many people treat every thought as a message requiring action. The Stoics understood that the mind constantly generates impressions, ideas, predictions, judgments, possibilities, but they also understood that not every impression deserves belief, not every thought deserves attention, and certainly not every thought deserves panic. Imagine sitting beside a busy road. Cars pass constantly. You notice them, but you do not chase them. You do not run after every vehicle. You do not assume every passing car is carrying an important message for you. Thoughts can be viewed in the same way. They pass through awareness. Some deserve attention. Most do not. Yet many people have unknowingly trained themselves to react to every mental event. A thought says, "What if something terrible happens?" The mind immediately investigates. A thought says, "What if you fail?" The mind immediately starts preparing. A thought says, "What if everything falls apart?" The body responds as though disaster is already occurring. Soon the person is living in constant reaction to possibilities rather than reality. Marcus Aurelius repeatedly practiced separating thoughts from facts. This simple habit created tremendous freedom. A thought is not reality, a prediction is not reality, a fear is not reality, a possibility is not reality. Reality is what is actually happening. The mind often forgets this distinction. It treats imagined dangers and real dangers as though they are the same thing. The result is constant tension. A person may be sitting safely in a quiet room, yet internally they are fighting battles that exist only in thought. The body becomes exhausted. The nervous system becomes overwhelmed. The mind becomes crowded, not because of actual danger, but because thoughts are being mistaken for danger. The Stoics understood that human beings possess a remarkable ability, the ability to pause before reacting. This pause changes everything. A fearful thought appears. Instead of immediately believing it, you pause. A negative prediction appears. You pause. An anxious possibility arises. You pause. Within that pause, wisdom has a chance to enter. The mind begins asking a different question. Is this a thought, or is this reality? Many fears lose their power when examined this way, because so much anxiety comes from reacting to imagined futures as though they already exist. The mind predicts. The body suffers. Reality remains unchanged. Epictetus taught that people are disturbed not by events themselves, but by their interpretation of events. The same principle applies to thoughts. A thought only gains power when it is automatically accepted as truth. Without that acceptance, it becomes what it always was, a passing mental event. Nothing more. Think about how often the mind creates false alarms. A conversation is imagined. It never happens. A failure is predicted. It never arrives. A disaster is anticipated. It never occurs. The mind often behaves like an overly sensitive alarm system, detecting threats where none exist, predicting dangers that never materialize. Yet many people spend their lives obeying every alarm. The Stoics learned something different. They learned to observe before reacting, to examine before believing, to question before obeying. This creates a profound sense of calm, because the mind no longer treats every thought as a command, every fear as a prophecy, every worry as a warning. The person begins living in reality again, not in imagination, not in prediction, not in endless mental simulations. Reality, the present moment, the actual circumstances unfolding here and now. And something remarkable begins to happen. The mind grows quieter. Not because thoughts disappear. Thoughts will always come. The difference is that they stop controlling the entire experience. A fearful thought may still appear, but it no longer carries the authority it once had. An anxious prediction may still arise, but it is no longer mistaken for certainty. The person learns to recognize thoughts for what they are. Mental activity, not emergency signals, not absolute truth, not urgent commands, simply thoughts moving through awareness, and within that realization lies a tremendous freedom. Because when every thought is no longer treated as an emergency, the nervous system finally gets permission to rest. The constant state of alertness begins fading. The endless vigilance begins softening. The mind no longer feels responsible for preparing for every possible future. It simply returns to what is real. This breath, this moment, this life. And there, beneath all the false alarms the mind has been sounding for years, a deeper stillness quietly waits. A stillness that was never threatened by your thoughts in the first place. As you begin to see that your thoughts are not emergency signals, Another hidden source of tension starts revealing itself, a source of suffering so deeply woven into daily life that most people never notice it. The constant effort to protect an idea of who they think they are. Not who they actually are, but who they believe they must be. The strong one, the successful one, the intelligent one, the independent one, the respected one, the good one, the person who always has it together. Many people spend enormous amounts of energy defending these identities without realizing it. Every day becomes a quiet effort to protect an image built from expectations, memories, achievements, labels, roles, and fears. The Stoics understood something profoundly liberating. Much of human suffering comes from becoming attached to identities that were never permanent in the first place. Think about how much tension appears when a person becomes identified with a particular image. If you believe you must always appear strong, weakness becomes frightening. If you believe you must always appear intelligent, mistakes become threatening. If you believe you must always appear successful, failure becomes unbearable. The identity creates pressure, and the pressure creates fear. Suddenly, life is no longer being experienced naturally. It is being filtered through the question, what does this say about me? A setback occurs. The mind worries about identity. A criticism appears. The mind worries about identity. A mistake happens. The mind worries about identity. Every experience becomes personal. Every challenge becomes a threat to the image. And because life constantly changes, the image is constantly under attack. Marcus Aurelius repeatedly reminded himself that he was not the titles he held, not the position he occupied, not the opinions others had about him, not the reputation attached to his name. He understood that identities are fragile because they depend on things that change. Life changes, people change, circumstances change, opinions change, roles change. The person who builds peace upon identity ends up building peace upon unstable ground. This is why so many people feel exhausted. They are not only living life, they are protecting an image while living life. And image protection is a full-time job. A person wants to appear competent, so they hide uncertainty. A person wants to appear successful, so they hide struggle. A person wants to appear confident, so they hide fear. A person wants to appear strong, so they hide pain. Eventually they become strangers to themselves, not because they are dishonest, but because maintaining the image requires constant effort. The Stoics encouraged something radically different. They encouraged accepting your humanity rather than defending your identity. There is a huge difference between the two. Humanity allows imperfection. Identity often demands perfection. Humanity allows growth. Identity fears change. Humanity accepts uncertainty. Identity demands certainty. One creates freedom, the other creates tension. Imagine carrying a delicate glass statue everywhere you go. Every movement becomes stressful. Every obstacle becomes dangerous. Every unexpected event becomes a threat. This is how many people carry their identities, always protecting, always defending, always worrying. The mind becomes trapped in endless vigilance. What do people think of me? Did I look foolish? Did I fail? Did I disappoint someone? Did I damage my reputation? The noise never stops, not because reality is dangerous, but because the image feels fragile. Epictetus taught that peace comes when we stop attaching ourselves to things beyond our control. Identity often depends heavily on external things: recognition, approval, status, success, reputation. All of these can change overnight. The Stoics knew that building your sense of self upon changing conditions guarantees instability. Instead, they focused on character. Character is different from identity. Identity asks, how do I appear? Character asks, how do I act? Identity worries about image. Character worries about integrity. Identity seeks protection. Character seeks truth. This distinction changes everything, because once you stop defending an image, life becomes lighter. Criticism becomes easier to handle. Mistakes become easier to admit. Growth becomes easier to embrace. You no longer need to pretend. You no longer need to maintain a performance. You no longer need to protect a fragile version of yourself. One of the deepest forms of freedom is realizing that you do not need to be anyone in particular to deserve peace. You do not need to be the smartest person, the strongest person, the most successful person, the most admired person. You simply need to be present, authentic, human. The moment you stop defending who you think you should be, you become available to discover who you actually are. And who you actually are is far more resilient than any identity. Because identities can be threatened. Awareness cannot. Roles can disappear. Awareness remains. Titles can be lost. Awareness remains. Opinions can change. Awareness remains. The Stoics repeatedly returned to this deeper ground, not because they rejected life, but because they refused to build peace upon temporary things. As this understanding begins settling into the mind, a remarkable silence starts appearing. The silence of no longer needing to prove yourself. The silence of no longer needing to protect an image. The silence of no longer turning every challenge into a threat to your identity. And within that silence, something genuine begins to emerge. Not a role, not a label, not a performance, just you, unfinished, changing, human, and finally free from the exhausting burden of defending an image that was never meant to carry the weight of your entire life. As the need to constantly fix yourself begins to soften, a strange realization often appears, one that feels almost uncomfortable at first. You begin noticing how much effort you have been carrying, not physical effort, mental effort, emotional effort, the effort of constantly trying to improve, constantly trying to heal, constantly trying to understand yourself, constantly trying to become someone better than who you are right now. And perhaps for the first time, a quiet question emerges. What if the effort itself is part of what is exhausting you? Many people approach healing the way they approach achievement. If something feels wrong, work harder. If peace feels distant, try harder. If anxiety remains, analyze harder. If uncertainty remains, search harder. The solution always seems to involve more effort, more strategies, more techniques, more self-improvement, more mental work. Yet after years of carrying this approach, many people discover something surprising. They have become exhausted by the pursuit of healing itself. The Stoics understood a truth that feels almost backwards to the modern mind. Not every problem is solved through increased effort. Some problems survive because of increased effort. Imagine trying to fall asleep. The harder you force sleep, the more awake you become. The more desperately you chase it, the further it seems to move away. Eventually, sleep arrives only when the effort stops. Mental healing often follows a similar pattern. The more desperately a person tries to force peace, the more pressure they create. The more pressure they create, the more distant peace becomes. Many people spend years treating themselves like projects. There is always something to improve, something to fix, something to optimize, something to correct. Life becomes a permanent renovation. Nothing is ever complete. Nothing is ever enough. The person never gets to rest because there is always another version of themselves waiting to be built. Marcus Aurelius understood that growth is important, but he also understood that growth requires patience. A tree does not grow faster because someone stands over it demanding progress. A river does not move faster because someone shouts instructions at it. Nature unfolds through patience. Human beings often forget this. They try to force what can only be allowed. Healing belongs in this category. Many emotional wounds do not disappear because they were conquered. They disappear because they were given room to heal, room to breathe, room to settle, room to move through their natural process. The Stoics repeatedly practiced acceptance because acceptance removes unnecessary struggle, and unnecessary struggle consumes enormous energy. Think about how much effort is spent resisting reality, resisting emotions, resisting uncertainty, resisting imperfections, resisting the pace of life, resisting the present moment. The person becomes tired not because life is difficult, but because they are fighting everything life presents. The effort never stops. Even rest becomes work. Even meditation becomes work. Even self-care becomes work. The mind turns every activity into another task that must be completed correctly. Another opportunity to judge itself. Another chance to fall short. Eventually, healing becomes just another source of pressure. The Stoics offered a gentler path. A path built on subtraction rather than addition. Less resistance, less self-monitoring, less control, less mental struggle, less unnecessary effort. This feels frightening at first because many people secretly believe that if they stop pushing, everything will fall apart. If they stop working on themselves, they will stop growing. If they stop analyzing, they will become careless. If they stop controlling, they will lose control. But often the opposite happens. The constant effort itself is what creates instability. The constant pushing is what creates tension. The constant fixing is what creates exhaustion. Epictetus taught that wisdom begins by recognizing what belongs to us and what does not. Many people spend years carrying responsibilities that do not belong to them. The responsibility to predict every future problem. The responsibility to eliminate every uncomfortable emotion. The responsibility to achieve perfect mental health. The responsibility to become flawless. These burdens were never theirs to carry, and yet they carry them anyway. No wonder they feel tired. No wonder peace feels distant. No wonder healing feels difficult. The Stoic path invites a person to put some of those burdens down. Not forever, not carelessly. Simply long enough to realize they were never necessary. There is profound relief in discovering that you do not need to manage every thought. You do not need to solve every uncertainty. You do not need to improve every weakness immediately. You do not need to heal on a schedule. You do not need to constantly work on yourself in order to deserve peace. Sometimes the most courageous thing you can do is stop interfering, stop forcing, stop pushing. Stop trying to drag yourself toward some future version of wellness, and instead allow yourself to be exactly where you are. This does not slow healing. Very often it accelerates it, because the mind finally receives something it has been denied for years. Permission. Permission to rest. Permission to recover. Permission to be unfinished. Permission to stop treating every moment as a problem that requires fixing. And as that permission settles into the heart, a quiet calm begins to appear. Not because everything is solved, not because every wound has disappeared, but because the exhausting effort to force healing has finally begun to fade. And in the space left behind, something gentle starts growing, something natural, something patient, something the Stoics understood centuries ago. The deepest healing often arrives not when you learn how to do more, but when you finally learn how to stop doing what was hurting you all along. As the need to constantly fix yourself begins to soften, a strange realization often appears, one that feels almost uncomfortable at first. You begin noticing how much effort you have been carrying. Not physical effort, mental effort, emotional effort, the effort of constantly trying to improve, constantly trying to heal, constantly trying to understand yourself, constantly trying to become someone better than who you are right now. And perhaps for the first time, a quiet question emerges. What if the effort itself is part of what is exhausting you? Many people approach healing the way they approach achievement. If something feels wrong, work harder. If peace feels distant, try harder. If anxiety remains, analyze harder. If uncertainty remains, search harder. The solution always seems to involve more effort, more strategies, more techniques, more self-improvement, more mental work. Yet after years of carrying this approach, many people discover something surprising. They have become exhausted by the pursuit of healing itself. The Stoics understood a truth that feels almost backwards to the modern mind. Not every problem is solved through increased effort. Some problems survive because of increased effort. Imagine trying to fall asleep. The harder you force sleep, the more awake you become. The more desperately you chase it, the further it seems to move away. Eventually, sleep arrives only when the effort stops. Mental healing often follows a similar pattern. The more desperately a person tries to force peace, the more pressure they create. The more pressure they create, the more distant peace becomes. Many people spend years treating themselves like projects. There is always something to improve, something to fix, something to optimize, something to correct. Life becomes a permanent renovation. Nothing is ever complete. Nothing is ever enough. The person never gets to rest because there is always another version of themselves waiting to be built. Marcus Aurelius understood that growth is important, but he also understood that growth requires patience. A tree does not grow faster because someone stands over it demanding progress. A river does not move faster because someone shouts instructions at it. Nature unfolds through patience. Human beings often forget this. They try to force what can only be allowed. Healing belongs in this category. Many emotional wounds do not disappear because they were conquered. They disappear because they were given room to heal, room to breathe, room to settle, room to move through their natural process. The Stoics repeatedly practiced acceptance because acceptance removes unnecessary struggle, and unnecessary struggle consumes enormous energy. Think about how much effort is spent resisting reality, resisting emotions, resisting uncertainty, resisting imperfections, resisting the pace of life, resisting the present moment. The person becomes tired not because life is difficult, but because they are fighting everything life presents. The effort never stops. Even rest becomes work. Even meditation becomes work. Even self-care becomes work. The mind turns every activity into another task that must be completed correctly. Another opportunity to judge itself. Another chance to fall short. Eventually, healing becomes just another source of pressure. The Stoics offered a gentler path, a path built on subtraction rather than addition, less resistance, less self-monitoring, less control, less mental struggle, less unnecessary effort. This feels frightening at first because many people secretly believe that if they stop pushing, everything will fall apart. If they stop working on themselves, they will stop growing. If they stop analyzing, they will become careless. If they stop controlling, they will lose control. But often the opposite happens. The constant effort itself is what creates instability. The constant pushing is what creates tension. The constant fixing is what creates exhaustion. Epictetus taught that wisdom begins by recognizing what belongs to us and what does not. Many people spend years carrying responsibilities that do not belong to them. the responsibility to predict every future problem, the responsibility to eliminate every uncomfortable emotion, the responsibility to achieve perfect mental health, the responsibility to become flawless. These burdens were never theirs to carry, and yet they carry them anyway. No wonder they feel tired. No wonder peace feels distant. No wonder healing feels difficult. The Stoic path invites a person to put some of those burdens down, not forever, not carelessly, simply long enough to realize they were never necessary. There is profound relief in discovering that you do not need to manage every thought. You do not need to solve every uncertainty. You do not need to improve every weakness immediately. You do not need to heal on a schedule. You do not need to constantly work on yourself in order to deserve peace. Sometimes the most courageous thing you can do is stop interfering, stop forcing, stop pushing, stop trying to drag yourself towards some future version of wellness, and instead allow yourself to be exactly where you are. This does not slow healing. Very often it accelerates it, because the mind finally receives something it has been denied for years. Permission. Permission to rest. Permission to recover. Permission to be unfinished. Permission to stop treating every moment as a problem that requires fixing. And as that permission settles into the heart, a quiet calm begins to appear. Not because everything is solved, not because every wound has disappeared, but because the exhausting effort to force healing has finally begun to fade. And in the space left behind, something gentle starts growing, something natural, something patient, something the Stoics understood centuries ago. The deepest healing often arrives not when you learn how to do more, but when you finally learn how to stop doing what was hurting you all along. As the exhausting effort to constantly fix yourself begins to fade, something unexpected starts appearing in the spaces left behind. Not answers, not solutions, not certainty, space. For many people, this feels unfamiliar. They have spent so much of their lives trapped inside their thoughts that they no longer realize there is another way to experience the mind. A thought appears. They immediately enter it. A fear appears. They immediately become it. A memory appears. They immediately relive it. A worry appears. They immediately follow it wherever it leads. The distance between awareness and thought disappears. The person becomes trapped inside every mental event that passes through their mind. The Stoics discovered a different possibility. The possibility of creating space. Not space away from thoughts, space around thoughts. This may sound like a small difference. In reality, it changes everything. Imagine standing in a crowded room where people are speaking all at once. At first, the noise feels overwhelming. Every voice demands attention. Every conversation pulls at your awareness. Now imagine stepping back and observing the room from a balcony above. The voices remain. The conversations continue. But something has changed. You are no longer trapped inside them. You can see them without becoming consumed by them. Psychological spaciousness works in much the same way. A thought arises. But instead of immediately becoming lost inside it, you notice it. You observe it. You allow it to exist without automatically following it. Marcus Aurelius practiced this repeatedly. He understood that thoughts only become overwhelming when we completely identify with them. The moment we step back and observe them, their grip begins to loosen. Most people never learn this skill. A thought says, something bad might happen. Immediately the mind starts building scenarios. A thought says, you're not doing enough. Immediately self-criticism begins. A thought says, what if everything goes wrong? Immediately anxiety takes over. The person does not realize they had another option. The option to simply notice the thought and let it remain a thought, nothing more. Psychological spaciousness begins when awareness becomes larger than the content moving through it. Like the sky becoming larger than the clouds. The clouds still appear. Storms still pass through. Yet the sky remains untouched. Many people spend years trying to eliminate difficult thoughts. The Stoics were less interested in eliminating thoughts than in changing the relationship to them. Because thoughts are natural. They come and go. They arrive without invitation. They leave without permission. The problem is not their existence. The problem is becoming trapped inside every one of them. Think about how many thoughts pass through the mind in a single day. Thousands. Some useful, some meaningless, some wise, some irrational, some repetitive, some completely random. Yet many people treat each thought as though it deserves immediate attention, immediate analysis, immediate concern. The result is mental exhaustion. The mind becomes crowded because every thought is being treated as important. Psychological spaciousness changes this. A thought appears, you notice it, and then you allow it to pass, not because you are suppressing it, not because you are denying it, because you no longer feel obligated to climb inside every thought that visits your mind. Epictetus taught that we are disturbed not by things themselves, but by the judgments we attach to them. The same principle applies to thoughts. A thought by itself has limited power. What gives it power is the attention, belief, and emotional energy we attach to it. The moment spaciousness appears, that attachment begins weakening. You stop wrestling with every fear. You stop arguing with every doubt. You stop chasing every worry. The mind becomes quieter, not because fewer thoughts exist, but because fewer thoughts are being fed. One of the most beautiful aspects of Stoic wisdom is its understanding that awareness itself is naturally spacious. It does not need to be created. It only needs to be noticed. The sky does not create room for clouds. It already contains that room. Awareness already contains room for every thought, every feeling, every experience. The problem is that most people forget this. They become so absorbed in mental activity that they lose contact with the space surrounding it. They see only the storm, never the sky, only the noise. Never the silence beneath it, only the thoughts. Never the awareness holding them all. This is why psychological spaciousness feels so liberating. For the first time, you realize that not every thought requires action, not every fear requires solving, not every worry requires attention, not every mental event deserves your energy. Some thoughts can simply be allowed to exist, then disappear, just as they arrived, naturally, without force, without struggle, without resistance. As this understanding deepens, a remarkable shift begins occurring. The mind stops feeling like a prison. It begins feeling like an open landscape. Thoughts still move through it. Emotions still move through it. Memories still move through it. But there is room now, room to breathe, room to observe, room to remain steady even while mental activity continues. And in that spaciousness, something ancient begins returning. A calm that was never created by controlling thoughts. A calm that was never dependent on eliminating fear. A calm that exists because awareness is finally larger than whatever happens to be passing through it. The Stoics understood this centuries ago. Peace is not found by winning every battle inside the mind. Peace is found when the mind becomes spacious enough that battles no longer need to be fought. And within that vast inner space, a quiet stillness patiently waits. A stillness that has been there all along. As the mind becomes more spacious and less trapped inside every passing thought, another hidden truth begins to reveal itself. A truth that explains why so many people become caught in endless cycles of thinking. At first glance, overthinking appears to be a search for answers, a search for clarity, a search for understanding. But beneath the surface, something else is often happening. Fear. Not fear of the problem itself, fear of uncertainty. Many people believe they overthink because they care deeply, because they are responsible, because they want to make good decisions. And while there is some truth in that, overthinking is often driven by a deeper desire. The desire to eliminate uncertainty before moving forward. The mind desperately wants guarantees. It wants certainty. It wants to know exactly what will happen, exactly what choice is correct, exactly how everything will unfold. The problem is that life rarely provides these things. Life asks us to move forward without complete information, without complete certainty, without complete control. And for many people, this feels deeply uncomfortable. So they think, and think, and think some more. They analyze every possibility, every outcome, every risk, every scenario, believing that enough thinking will eventually remove uncertainty. Yet uncertainty remains, because uncertainty is part of life itself. The Stoics understood this clearly. They knew that the mind often uses excessive thinking as a way to avoid the discomfort of not knowing. Instead of accepting uncertainty, the mind tries to solve it. Instead of allowing ambiguity, the mind tries to eliminate it. Instead of moving forward despite not knowing, the mind keeps searching for one final answer, one final piece of certainty, one final guarantee. The search never ends, because the guarantee never arrives. Imagine standing at the edge of a forest path. The path disappears into the distance. You cannot see where every turn leads. You cannot predict every obstacle. You cannot know every outcome. Overthinking is the attempt to mentally walk the entire path before taking the first step. The mind refuses to move until certainty appears, but certainty never appears. So the person remains standing still, thinking, analyzing, predicting, preparing, while life quietly waits. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the future is never fully known. No amount of thinking changes this fact. No amount of worrying changes this fact. No amount of mental preparation changes this fact. The future remains uncertain. The Stoic response was not to eliminate uncertainty. It was to become stronger than the fear of uncertainty. This distinction changes everything. Most overthinking is not actually a search for answers. It is a search for safety. The mind believes that if it thinks long enough, it can protect itself from mistakes, protect itself from pain, protect itself from disappointment, protect itself from failure. But life cannot be made completely safe. And deep down, the mind knows this, which is why overthinking rarely creates relief. The person reaches one conclusion, then immediately begins questioning it. They make a decision, then immediately begin doubting it. They find an answer, then immediately search for another possibility. Because the real problem was never the decision. The real problem was the discomfort of uncertainty itself. The Stoics recognized that wisdom often requires action before certainty arrives. A person must sometimes choose without knowing everything, must sometimes move forward without guarantees, must sometimes trust themselves without complete confidence. This feels frightening at first, because overthinking creates the illusion of control. The mind feels productive, busy, responsible, prepared. Yet much of that activity produces little actual progress. It is movement without movement, activity without action. The person feels engaged while remaining stuck. Epictetus taught that peace comes when we focus on what is within our control and release what is not. Overthinking often does the opposite. It focuses endlessly on what cannot be controlled. Future outcomes, other people's reactions, unexpected events, unknown possibilities. The mind becomes trapped trying to solve problems that do not yet exist. Meanwhile, the present moment receives little attention. The actual step available right now goes unnoticed. One of the hidden costs of overthinking is that it steals trust. Trust in yourself. Trust in your ability to adapt. Trust in your ability to handle life as it unfolds. The overthinking mind assumes that every challenge must be solved in advance. The Stoic mind understands that many challenges can only be met when they arrive. And that is enough. You do not need today's mind to solve next year's problems. You only need today's mind to handle today. This realization creates enormous relief. The future no longer feels like something that must be conquered mentally before it arrives. It becomes something that can be met gradually, moment by moment, step by step. As this understanding deepens, overthinking begins losing some of its authority. Not because uncertainty disappears, uncertainty will always exist, but because the fear surrounding uncertainty begins softening. You stop demanding guarantees from life. You stop demanding perfect answers from yourself. You stop requiring complete certainty before taking action. And in that release, something beautiful begins to emerge. Trust. Trust that you can handle what comes. Trust that wisdom will appear when needed. Trust that life does not require you to mentally rehearse every possible future. The Stoics understood that peace is not found at the end of perfect certainty. Peace is found when uncertainty no longer feels like an enemy. And when that shift finally happens, the endless machinery of overthinking begins to slow. The mind becomes quieter. The heart becomes lighter. And for perhaps the first time in a very long while, you stop trying to solve the entire future and simply allow yourself to live. As the grip of overthinking begins to loosen, another deeply rooted habit quietly comes into view. A habit so common that many people mistake it for wisdom. The habit of constantly trying to improve yourself. At first, this sounds admirable. After all, growth is good. Learning is good. Becoming wiser is good. The Stoics themselves valued personal development. But there is a subtle difference between healthy growth and endless self-repair. Healthy growth says, I can learn. Endless self-repair says, I am not enough until I change. And that difference changes everything. Many people live as though they are permanent construction projects. Every day begins with another flaw to fix, another weakness to improve, another habit to correct. Another part of themselves that feels unacceptable. Life becomes a never-ending attempt to become someone else. The person is always working toward a future version of themselves. A version that is calmer, smarter, stronger, more confident, more disciplined, more successful. And they quietly tell themselves that peace will arrive when that version finally appears. But that version never arrives. Because the moment one improvement is made, another target appears, another weakness becomes visible, another goal takes its place, the horizon keeps moving, and satisfaction remains out of reach. The Stoics understood that growth becomes unhealthy when it is driven by self-rejection. When improvement is fueled by the belief that something is fundamentally wrong with you, every achievement feels temporary. No success lasts, no progress feels sufficient, no accomplishment brings lasting relief. Because the deeper problem was never the weakness being fixed. The deeper problem was the belief that you needed fixing in the first place. Marcus Aurelius spent much of his life learning and improving. Yet his writings reveal something remarkable. He did not treat himself as a broken object. He treated himself as a human being learning, a human being growing, a human being making mistakes. There is enormous freedom in this perspective, because it allows growth without self-condemnation. Many people unknowingly turn self-improvement into self-criticism. Every flaw becomes evidence of inadequacy. Every struggle becomes evidence of failure. Every weakness becomes proof that more work is required before they can finally accept themselves. As a result, life becomes exhausting. The person never gets to arrive, never gets to rest, never gets to feel enough, because enough is always waiting somewhere in the future. The Stoics recognize that peace cannot be postponed indefinitely. If peace depends on becoming perfect, peace will never come. If peace depends on eliminating every weakness, peace will never come. If peace depends on reaching some final state of improvement, peace will remain a distant dream. The truth is much simpler. You can grow and accept yourself at the same time. You can improve without rejecting who you are. You can learn without treating yourself as a problem. This is one of the most important lessons many people never learn. Growth does not require dissatisfaction. Growth does not require self-hatred. Growth does not require constant pressure. A tree grows without hating its current shape. A river moves without criticizing its current position. Nature develops naturally. Only human beings create the belief that they must constantly earn their worth through improvement. Epictetus taught that the goal is not to become someone else. The goal is to live wisely with the person you already are. This changes the entire relationship with growth. Growth becomes an expression of life rather than an escape from yourself. You learn because learning is valuable. Not because you are defective. You improve because growth is natural. Not because you are inadequate. You develop because life invites development. Not because peace is being withheld until you change. One of the hidden costs of constant self-repair is that it prevents gratitude. The mind becomes so focused on what remains unfinished that it overlooks what already exists. It notices every weakness, every flaw, every shortcoming. Meanwhile, strengths go unnoticed. Progress goes unnoticed. Wisdom goes unnoticed. The person becomes trapped in a permanent state of insufficiency. The Stoics refused to live this way. They acknowledged their imperfections while also recognizing their humanity. They understood that a person can be incomplete and still be worthy, can be learning and still be enough, can be growing and still deserve peace. This understanding creates a profound shift. The endless pressure begins fading. The constant dissatisfaction begins softening. The need to endlessly renovate yourself starts losing its grip. You stop treating every weakness like an emergency. You stop turning every flaw into a personal crisis. You stop demanding constant transformation before allowing yourself rest. And slowly, something beautiful begins to happen. Growth remains, learning remains, development remains, but the struggle disappears. The desperation disappears. The feeling that you must become someone else in order to deserve peace begins dissolving. For perhaps the first time, you realize that life was never asking you to spend every waking moment repairing yourself. Life was asking you to live, to learn, to grow, to experience, to participate. Not as a finished person, not as a perfect person, but as a human being. And in that realization, a deep sense of relief quietly settles into the heart, because you finally stop treating yourself like a project that needs constant fixing, and start treating yourself like a life that is already worthy of being lived. As you begin releasing the burden of constant self-repair, another source of tension slowly comes into focus, one that hides beneath much of human anxiety. The need for certainty, the need to know, to understand, to predict, to guarantee, to make sure everything will be okay before allowing yourself to relax. For many people, Peace is always postponed until certainty arrives. They tell themselves that once they know what will happen, they will finally rest. Once they have the answer, they will finally relax. Once the future becomes clear, they will finally feel safe. But certainty remains elusive. The future refuses to reveal itself completely. Life refuses to provide guarantees. Questions remain unanswered, and so peace remains delayed. The Stoics understood something that many people spend their entire lives resisting. Certainty is not the price of peace. In fact, the pursuit of certainty is often what destroys peace. Think about how much of life is uncertain. The future, other people, health, relationships, opportunities, outcomes, even tomorrow itself. The human mind sees this uncertainty and immediately tries to solve it. It searches for reassurance, predictions, plans, explanations, anything that can create the feeling of control. Yet no matter how much information is gathered, uncertainty remains. Because uncertainty is woven into the fabric of life, it cannot be removed, only accepted. This is where many people become trapped. They spend years demanding certainty from a world that cannot provide it. And every unanswered question becomes a source of tension. What if this doesn't work out? What if something goes wrong? What if I make the wrong choice? What if I regret this later? The mind keeps searching, keeps calculating, keeps preparing, believing that one more thought will finally create peace. Yet peace never arrives. Because the search itself keeps uncertainty alive. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the future belongs to forces beyond his control. He did not interpret this as bad news. He interpreted it as freedom. Because once you stop demanding certainty, an enormous burden falls away. You stop trying to predict every outcome. You stop trying to solve every possibility. You stop trying to mentally control what has not happened. And suddenly, attention returns to the only place where life is actually occurring, the present moment. Many people live as though uncertainty is a threat. The Stoics viewed it differently. They saw uncertainty as a natural condition of existence, not a problem, not a failure, not an enemy, simply a reality. The moment uncertainty stops being treated as a problem, much of the suffering surrounding it begins disappearing. Think about a traveler walking through fog. The traveler can see only a short distance ahead, not the entire journey, not every turn, not every obstacle, yet they continue walking, one step at a time. Life often unfolds in exactly the same way. You rarely receive the entire map. You rarely receive complete certainty. You rarely receive guarantees. You receive the next step, then the next, then the next. The Stoics trusted this process, not because they knew the future, because they trusted their ability to meet it. This is the difference between needing certainty and cultivating resilience. The person who needs certainty says, "Tell me everything will be okay." The resilient person says, "Whatever happens, I will meet it." One depends on the future behaving correctly. The other depends on inner strength. Epictetus taught that peace comes when we focus on what belongs to us and release what does not. Certainty about the future does not belong to us. Our choices do. Our character does. Our response does. Our presence does. The more attention shifts toward these things, the less frightening uncertainty becomes, because life no longer feels like something that must be controlled before it can be lived. One of the deepest forms of suffering comes from waiting for certainty before taking action, before trusting, before loving, before resting, before living. The person remains stuck, not because life is blocking them, because certainty never arrives in the form they expect. The Stoics recognized that courage is not certainty. Courage is movement despite uncertainty. Wisdom is not certainty. Wisdom is learning how to live peacefully without it. As this understanding begins settling into the mind, something remarkable happens. The unanswered questions lose some of their power. The future becomes less intimidating. The need to know everything starts softening. You stop demanding guarantees from life. You stop demanding perfect answers from yourself. You stop treating uncertainty as a danger that must be eliminated. And slowly, a deeper calm begins emerging. A calm that does not depend on knowing what happens next. A calm that does not depend on solving every mystery. A calm that does not require complete understanding. The Stoics knew this calm well. It is the calm that appears when you finally stop wrestling with the unknown. The calm that appears when unanswered questions are allowed to remain unanswered. The calm that appears when life is no longer expected to reveal all its secrets before you allow yourself peace. And in that quiet acceptance, something beautiful unfolds. You discover that certainty was never the source of peace. It was the endless chase for certainty that disturbed it. And once that chase finally comes to an end, the mind settles into a stillness far deeper than any answer could ever provide. If you have stayed with me until this moment, take a second to notice something. For the last 4 hours, we have not been trying to fix you. We have been slowly uncovering a truth that may have been hidden beneath years of overthinking, self-judgment, fear, comparison, perfectionism, and mental noise. Your mind was never broken. It was tired of carrying imaginary futures, tired of fighting emotions, tired of chasing certainty, tired of defending identities, tired of solving problems that did not exist. And most of all, tired of believing that peace was something you had to earn. The Stoics understood that healing begins when struggle begins to soften, when thoughts are allowed to pass, when uncertainty is allowed to exist, when silence is no longer feared, and when you finally stop treating yourself as a problem that needs constant repair. Tonight, may you carry one simple truth into your rest. You do not need to become someone else to find peace. You only need to stop abandoning the person who is already here. And perhaps, beneath all the noise that once convinced you otherwise, you will discover that the calm you were searching for has been waiting within you all along. Before you go, I'd love to hear from you. Out of everything we explored tonight, which lesson spoke to you the most? Was it letting go of overthinking, releasing the need for certainty, learning that your thoughts are not emergencies, or discovering that you never needed fixing in the first place? Leave a comment below with the word or lesson that stayed with you. Sometimes a single insight shared can become the exact message someone else needs to hear tonight. And if these Stoic teachings brought you even a little more peace, clarity, or rest, please subscribe to the channel and join us for more journeys into wisdom, stillness, and inner freedom. Sleep peacefully, and I'll see you in the next lesson.